Welcome to Sabina Park for the three action between host Jamaica Scorpions and of course the Red Force. Jamaica on the back foot on the three so far at 159 for the loss of 9. Two batters making their way to the wicket. Javoy Royal, who was not out yesterday on 31. Andre Dennis, the debutant, who's playing, will be on strike this morning. Final delivery of the play on the second day. OJ Shields was caught at slip. That means debutant Andre Dennis will be taking strike this morning. Andre Dennis, very stylish batter. Fancy himself as a number 3 batter. Batting at the number 11 for the Scorpions. 5 deliveries to survive. Attacking field as well. Brian Charles, who was a pick of the Red Force bowlers yesterday, who picked up 6 for 75 and increases his first class tally of wickets to 143. So Brian Charles will be bowling to Andre Dennis' first ball of D3. That's a leg by, should be the signal. It is indeed signaled now by umpire Christopher Wright. So another single first delivery of the morning is a leg by to the Scorpions. 160 for loss of 9 brings Javoy Royal in strike. Not out 33 from 37 deliveries yesterday. Struck some wonderful shot. So was Royal, known to be very aggressive. And immediately made that 4 feelers out on the boundary for Royal. Long on, long off, deep backward square and deep mid wicket. This one spun sharply past Royal and it goes down to the fine leg boundary. Let's wait on the signal of the umpire. And for a leg by is it. So 4 follow-up runs to the Scorpions. 5 runs scored this morning from 2 deliveries. 164 for the loss of 9. A beautiful sunny morning here at Sabina Park. Glorious condition for cricket as well. Scorpions still trail by 268 runs. Part of sweep this time by Royal on a single. Nonetheless, and Dennis is on strike with 2 deliveries to face. Andre Dennis, the last game, should say the quarterfinals game in the Jamaica Cricket Association 2-day competition. He was brilliant for the Army men. Struck an half century, and in that knock, he had 7 sixes. This time he's solid in defense, is Andre Dennis. Very stylish batter. A leg slip and a short leg as well. Beaten outside the off, a loud appeal. The umpire Christopher Wright not interested, and that completes the first over of the morning. 6 runs coming from it. Look at the replay here. Good delivery. Excellent delivery. And a special good morning to the man in the business, Mr. Jerome Foster. Good morning.
Yeah, morning Marlon Pinnock, and good morning to all our viewers from around the region and the world. And the Scorpions, they've now gone, what, 165? A long, long way away. They now trail by 267. And based on what Brian Charles said yesterday after the day's play, I think once Trinidad wrap up this innings inside half an hour, I think the bowlers, they will be going back out to bowl to enforce that follow on. So it's just how Royal goes about playing. How do you think Royal should go about playing this effort now, in terms of, obviously he has to shield Dennis?
Well, I think he should be looking to bat at least 4 deliveries per over Foster. When he gets his opportunity, as we know he can be very destructive, he put away those deliveries.
Gets the edge of the bat and he's gonna get at least one. Can he make it for 2? They will. And played it with soft hands, Javor Royal. And he's, especially to that leg side where he favors, he's hit a couple of sixes towards that area. Where he's batting from now to the leg side is a short side of the ground. So it's a very easy hit for him, but he's going to be hitting against the spin.
And he's hitting with the breeze as well.
Yeah. I think that he got away yesterday with 1 when Cephas Cooper misjudged a catch at deep mid wicket, but he was hitting towards the longer side into the wind. And Cephas Cooper made a hash of it. And now we see the field coming in. Car repair. Just trying to find the best angles for his field. That's that. And they have 2 men out, deep mid wicket and long off. And they have asked Javor Royal to probably sweep to get a run. He's back and hammers it up to cover. Cephas Cooper struggling to gather it. They weren't too pleased with him yesterday with that drop chance. Actually, that is Bidesi. Cooper is at short mid off. Felt as if they could have bowled out the Scorpions yesterday. Hammered away. It's going to take some stopping. I don't think they should be looking to run more than 1. They won't. And Captain Joshua Da Silva not happy with the man at cover point because he was asking him to allow the ball to go to the boundary. But I don't think he would have gone into the boundary anyways. He was stopping. And only 1 run added to the Scorpions' total of 168 for 9. And just based on what you saw yesterday as well in terms of the batting approach of the Scorpions, it just recall some of the moments. Recall some of the moments where some of the shots, they were a little bit disappointing.
Here, if you realize some poor shot selection from the Scorpions, and this is why they are in this position here at Sabina Park.
Yeah.
But nothing from Brian Charles. He bowled exceptionally well.
Yeah, and as I said, they bowled at different pace. These 2 spinners, Pierre and Charles. Just hammering that down the ground, won't get to run. But they bowl quicker than the Scorpions. And once you're bowling quickly on a surface that is giving you spin and turn, but it's not really quick spin and turn. Big shot. That's clearing any ground in the world. Not to mention Sabina Park. That's gone on the roof.
Yes, indeed. A big shot coming in from Javor Royal. That's what he's known for. An absolutely carnage here at Sabina Park. Big shot from Royal.
Fuller delivery. He gave that everything he had. Takes him up to what, 43?
From 48 deliveries.
Yeah. chancing his arms, and he's doing it here to frustrate the visitors as well as takes the edge this time. Trying to take the Scorpions out of a position now where they can probably have the Red Force batting again and slow down the game some more to push this game even further.
Still a huge lead by the Red Force. 258, massive.
2 deliveries to come. Let's see what he does here. I'm betting he goes over mid-wicket again. He's trying to get 1 to short third man.
Excellent work by Curry Pierre on this occasion, moving about 3 meters to his left, and that's his stronger side, Foster, and does well.
Smart work here from Joshua Da Silva, trying to get everyone into the vision of Royal, so he has to play a big shot. And he pushes it hard to cover. Can't pierce the gap. Good fielding there. I think that is. He's trying to see if it's Terrence Hines, but it's not. It's Kishore Otley, and that completes the 59th at 174 for 9.
But if you look at how Kurt McKenzie batted yesterday, batted extremely well, and then just a lapse. That's all it takes for the Red Force to get that wicket. But apart from Kurt McKenzie and no Javoy Royal, no other batter in the Scorpion lineup stood up and bat Foster, and hence why in this year's West Indies Regional Championship they have struggled with both bat and ball.
Yeah. That's an absolute beauty of a delivery.
Good delivery. Playing the line was Dennis. Got beaten outside the off stump. Top delivery by Curry Pierre. 2 for 49 into his 23rd over of the game. Very, very economical as well. And those 2 wickets for him came in quick time. 2 deliveries.
And that's a bad delivery from Pierre, and Dennis gets off the strike.
And off the mark as
and
well.
Off the mark as well.
And he must be a happy man.
Yeah.
See what happened to his partner in crime in Andrew McCarthy. He must be well relieved.
Yeah. I don't think McCarthy picked up that it was an arm ball. It sped off the surface. By the time he was able to get his bat down, it was already crashing into his back pad. Royal as well as Mackenzie, what they have done is that they have played very late. And that is something the other batters can adapt to. Play as late as possible. Cutting away. Can't pierce the gap.
I think Beckford played late as well as Justin Beckford. Just out soft, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it was overawed by the occasion where the field came in. There were several fielders around him, but it's a different level. Tough periods are going to come. You have to be able to negotiate the tough periods.
And it's a learning process for him as well.
Yeah.
At the regional level.
Guiding that one is Royal. Is a chance for a run out. Is he home? Yes, he is. And Joshua Da Silva is not happy at all with the man at short third man. That looks like Terrence Hines. Actually, it's not Terrence Hines. Jason Mohammed?
No.
Yeah. But he's not happy. Felt as if he should have done better.
It seemed to be Django.
Yeah, it's Amir Django. These glasses need to be clean.
Very dusty. Well, Dennis have one delivery to negotiate.
He's swinging away.
Well, in fact, it goes over long on for 6. A magnificent hit by Andre Dennis. A shot for 30 there, Foster.
Yeah, big swing. The big levers coming out.
First boundary in regional cricket, and it's a 6 on the path of the big Jamaica Defence Force fast bowler, Andre Dennis.
$182 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago not having things their way this morning.
Well,
Joshua Da Silva has moved from spin to pace. Anderson Phillip has the ball now. I don't think this was the plan. Wanted to wrap up things as quickly as possible and get things out of the way. Javor Royal and Andre Dennis, they have negotiated 4 overs so far. Anderson Phillip has 1 wicket, the wicket of Carlos Brown. 8 wickets going to spin. No surprises there. Royal is 1 hit away from a half century, has 44.
well, the Red Force team will be looking to wrap up things as quickly as possible on day 3. And so far, 2 batters in the middle for the Scorpions. Doing well.
This is Royal's highest score at this level. This is only his 3rd game. He wants 2, can't get it. A little bit disappointed. Not sure on what part, if he's disappointed with the energy of Dennis or just that he miscalculated or misjudged the angle of the run.
It was an excellent work by that fielder coming off the long on boundary to prevent a second run. Let's see how Andre Dennis copes with Anderson Phillip. 4 deliveries remaining in this over, Foster. A big ask of Dennis. But he fancies himself as a batter. Let's see how he copes here at Sabina Park to Anderson Phillips. As solid as they get them is Dennis. Javor Royal giving some advice to Andre Dennis on debut. And a big ask of Dennis already. The Scorpions scoring very quickly this morning, Foster.
Ball is keeping a little bit low. You can understand why the Red Force, they really want to get the Scorpions back in. You don't want to be chasing anywhere close to 160, 170 on this surface.
Those broad shoulders of Andre Dennis tends to hit the ball a long way once it's in his arc.
This could be another single. 2 more deliveries to come in the over. And Dennis coping well.
Yes, so far so good for AJ Dennis. It's very comfortable at the wicket. 8 from 8 deliveries. And Javor Royal, 45 from 56 deliveries. Being outstanding at the wicket so far. Just would want to register a half century here in the final round game here at Sabina Park.
Field is still in for Royal. 2 deliveries to come. Well bowled. And that completes the over. There was one delivery to come. And 184 now for 9.
Good delivery there coming in from Philip. Slower delivery deceive.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
Still don't want to give Dennis a lot of deliveries to face. If you are the Scorpions, spun right across him. You can't get carried away because he has scored a boundary. You have to look at the long-term goal. He's keeping Trinidad in the field as long as possible. And Royal has to ensure at all times. That's another beautiful delivery from Pierre.
And 3 man out on the boundary as well. Long on, long off, and the mid wicket.
Just has to play straight lines, Andre Dennis. Oh, that one came back with the angle from Pierre.
But well played in the end by Andre Dennis. Doing well so far. 12 deliveries for his 8 runs.
Long reach into the ball. Showing the top order how it is supposed to be done. Has 2 more deliveries to survive.
Well played.
Well bowled and well played. Negotiated again. Is Andre Dennis doing to Kari Pierre? It's 184 for 9, the Scorpions.
So Anderson Philip will continue to Javoy Royal. Philip 1 for 27 so far into his 9th. Royal is unbeaten on 45 from 57 deliveries.
As I said, it's his highest first-class score. 5 men on the boundary for him. There's literally no pace in the wicket. It was almost... It looked as if it was going to go over his head. He was going to sway out of the way, Royal. And then he had so much time. And because he's watching the ball all the way, he just changed his mind at the last moment to just knock it in front of him. That tells you the state of the surface. Anderson Philip bowls over 80, 85 miles an hour consistently. Short and pulled away. Only going to be fielded by Jason Mohammed this time, I'm sure. It's Django. Yeah, the numbers are tricking me. He's going to look for 2 now. No, he can't get 2 there. This is dangerous from Javor Royal. That was never 2. That was never 2. I know he's remonstrating with Dennis, but I thought he misjudged the angle of that ball. It was never ever going to be 2. and maybe he shouldn't have taken the single.
Never going to be two there, Foster. In fact, it would be 1.5.
Yeah, as tall as
Can Dennis survive these last 3 deliveries from Anderson Phillip?
tickles it fine, and it's gonna go into the boundary for 4. Heads bowed, but Andre Dennis won't mind, and neither will the Scorpions, because the runs are flowing here for this last pair, and they've added what? They started at 159 for 9 this morning, and it's only 22 minutes. They've added 30 runs.
From 39 deliveries.
Yeah, so really flowing for them. And I think Royal is a little bit calmer now, seeing that he got a boundary, but you still don't want Dennis to be facing half of an over. Given that you have reservations about his batting capabilities. If you're so distraught that he's getting only 1 when there should be 2, maybe you shouldn't be running that 1 at all.
Indeed. But so far, so good for Andre Dennis. Looks very comfortable at the wicket. Looks very compact. 16 deliveries free so far.
Yeah, there's literally nothing happening for the Pacers. There's no pace off the wicket at all, and the ball is only 63 overs old. I always thought that Brian Charles was the best option to get either of these 2 men out, especially with them hitting towards the longer side of the boundary. They're not going to be blocking away Charles all morning because of the pace he's bowling, and those men around the bat still present an opportunity. Bounce is just in front of short cover. As Oscar appeared diving. And Scorpions have survived 24 minutes this morning, scooped in the air. And maybe the cover, well, the cover had to be almost on the pitch to take that. 24 minutes of play gone. And the Scorpions 189 for 9. I'm going to have Royal now, I think, eyeing up a first half century at this level.
Well, he has 46 to his name. Batted extremely well yesterday and came back this morning. And so far, doing an outstanding job at the wicket. An excellent contribution so far by Andre Dennis. And Royal has showed up majority of these batters in the Scorpion lineup as well. Just a loose shot outside the off stump there by Javoy Royal. Lucky enough he didn't get a net through to the wicket keeper. Nothing wrong with the positive intent being shown here by the Scorpions this morning.
Looking for that gap, and with 3 deliveries gone, now is the time for him to look that single and get Dennis on strike. Backs away and he's bowled. Maybe not the right option. And now you're gonna have the deliberations because the Scorpions, they have been bowled out for 189. Trying to be too cute there, Royal. And Captain Joshua De Silva moving around. His openers are not running off the field by any stretch of the imagination. And they're still deliberating. They're still taking their time. And based on the looks of it, it looks as if they're going to be bowling again. The batters would have been off already. Kedron Otley is at the front of the line, but we'll get the confirmation shortly and we will tell you. Yeah, they're telling the Scorpions they're going to be batting again. Saw the signal from Joel Wilson. So the Scorpions have been forced to follow on, 243 runs behind. Bowled out for 189 this morning after resuming on 159. Javor Royal, the last man, dismissed for 46. Added 13. Andre Dennis added 12 after starting the day on naught. So the Scorpions added 30 runs
For the last wicket.
for the last wicket. And a couple of, 5 runs came off the leg by, in the leg by region. Well, they were giving us leg bys. And now we're seeing umpire Wilson asking the Scorpions what do they want to do with the roller, because they're going to be batting again. And Roy is a little bit distraught. The pick of the bowlers, obviously, the off spinner in Brian Charles, and he was magnificent yesterday, and he said he was very surprised at how slowly the Scorpions bowled on the surface, because it was obvious that the pitch was too slow to be bowling slowly, and he bagged 6 wickets. Didn't take any this morning. After a couple of overs, he had to come off because the captain was searching for something else. 6 for 82 was for Charles, 3 for 57 Pierre, and the other wicket going to Andy Sir Philip, 1 for 32. So based on the looks of it, the Scorpions will be coming out to bat again, 243 behind. We'll take a break, and there's still some discussions between Pete Salmon and umpire Joel Wilson and Christopher Wright. Not sure what the Scorpions are unhappy about, but one thing for sure is that they'll be batting again. See you soon.
Welcome back to Sabina Park cricket fans, and the news from the middle is that Trinidad and Tobago have been forced to follow on with Jamaica Scorpions trailing by 243, and they put them back into bat here. That's what's going on in the state of this game. Anderson Phillip will start proceedings to Carlos Brown. Good lifting delivery outside the off stump that Brown leaves alone. As I say, a pleasant good morning to that man, Jerome Foster, who's wearing a very disappointed look on his face.
At no point. I have no bull in the pen. No, I'm just watching cricket. At no point.
Well, I'm sure deep down he's hurting because the Scorpions aren't fighting and they don't have their sting today. Your thoughts on Jamaica enforcing the follow-on? Oh, no, red force, I should say.
Yeah, I think it was calculated. The pitch is only getting slower and slower. And I don't think they backed the Scorpions team to get anywhere close to that 243. And even if they do, they don't see themselves chasing anywhere over 120, which would mean that the Scorpions would have to make their highest score of the tournament or the championship, which is over 350. Their highest score is 341.
Yeah, it was the pleasant drive. Brown is looking for the single. There's none there. It was the spinners that ruled the roost for the Red Force. Brian Charles leading the way with 6 for 82. Carry pair 3 for 57. Anderson Phillip taking the lone pacer wicket to fall. Disappointing scorecard there for the Scorpions. Kirk McKenzie top scoring with 57. Jivo Royal, a nice little hand there with 46. But disappointment from Brown, Buchanan, Beckford on debut. Pete Salmon, the captain, only getting 14 as well. Dancing up the pitch is Brown, and he'll get it just into the cover region, and he will get a single there.
Yeah, that tells you, well, the previous delivery tells you that this pitch is not going to be easy. Can't be driving on the up, the ball chipped into the air, into the point region, and then Brown, realizing that he has to get as close as possible, was advancing to the ball to ensure that he could get it on the full. So it's a slow surface, hard to hit through the line, and just the fact that Kirk McKenzie had 2 4s in his innings, 2 6s, and his shots, those 6s and those 4s, they had to be very full deliveries. He's someone who loves to hit on the up, and he wasn't able to do so. The Scorpions bowlers allowed the Red Force batters to score a lot off the back foot, which is easy to do. Kejuan Otley, how he was dismissed in that first innings, couldn't hit the ball on the up either because of the slow nature of the surface. He just spooned a catch to the man at cover. So it has been slow from day one. Nothing has changed. It's just that one team showed more application and the other not willing to suffer and not willing to go through the tough times on a surface that is not really difficult to bat, but is not an easy-paced surface, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not conducive to shot making.
Pretty much.
Taking a look at the games going on in the round 7 of the West Indies Championship after this delivery. Barbados have a lead of 83 over the West Indies Academy. Craig Bradford is still at the wicket, 81 not out. He's batting with Raymond Reefer at the end of the over. And that's the first over. Following on, they're 1 without loss. That's the live here at Sabina Park. And then the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are doing quite well after posting 300 in their first innings and dismissing the Volcanoes for 179. They progress nicely to 163 for 3. They actually lead by 284. Kesey Carty, he's performing quite well. He's on 51. And then finally, the Guyana Harper Eagles in a very, very strong position. They require 146 to win against the CCC. And they have all 10 wickets in hand. So some of the CCC bowlers need to come up with some magic to make a game out of that one.
So by the looks of it, by the end of today, or by the end of the next 2-3 hours, Guyana will be at the top of the championship.
Indeed.
But once the Leeward Islands Hurricanes win, they will surpass them, because I think they have garnered more fast bowling points so far in this contest.
Live here at Sabina Park, Carey Pier will start proceedings from the northern end of the ground. Ooh, that was a vicious bounce there. Just getting a thick inside edge, Carlos Brown.
This is going to be a serious, serious times for the Scorpions.
Well, a heavy sigh there from Jerome.
Yeah,
Foster
because
as well.
it's going to be a steady diet of spin. And I think Captain Joshua Da Silva has already summed up the surface, and that spin is going to cause all the damage that he needs to be done between now and the end of the day, if they're to wrap up this game today. It looks as if the Red Force, they have plans to be elsewhere, because they wanted to get this game over with as early as this innings wrapped up. The first innings wrapped up as quickly as possible yesterday. That's an absolute beauty.
Yeah, vicious there from Carey Pier.
And they've realized that Terence Hines struggled, so no need to waste the new ball with him. Just get some threat in, which is spin, and Carey Pier tends to bowl a newer ball anyways.
I mean, from the Scorpions' perspective, it's an opportunity for the younger players, Beckford, Brown, Buchanan here at the wicket, to stake a claim to say, hey, next season we need to be in the mix. And next season we want to be part of the Scorpions team that is hopefully competing at the top of the table.
The ball is...
It's really a last throw of the dice, really, Fuzzy. But
was badly lined by Pier and gets a single, does Buchanan. And I just think that for the Scorpions, they have to just try to be as brave as possible and try to be as resilient as possible, just to ensure that they don't lose by an innings.
yeah.
It's a lot of overs to go.
Brilliant.
80 of them to come.
Yeah, brilliant delivery again by Carey Pier to end the over. 3 without loss, Jamaica following on.
And when we say it's a lot of overs, we're going to be putting it into perspective, because the Scorpions batted only 63.4.
Yeah, coming back to your point about brave but resilient. Now, I think in the first innings, they really weren't picking Brian Charles, so they were sort of going after him. But then it'd be he get hit for a couple sixes and then he get a wicket. So I think that bravery just went too far into bravado. So you're quite right in terms of the resilience. I always think one of the tenets of the red ball game is that you have to bat time. That's what you have to bat. You don't have to bat balls, you don't have to bat bowlers, you have to bat time. Phillip to Buchanan. Down the leg side, excellent take by Josh Da Silva. And you can see the slow nature of the pitch there, because Phillip is fairly zippy, and that was almost dead by the time they got to Josh behind the stumps.
Below his ankles, really. Almost bounced into his glove. So there's no pace in the surface. This surface is just a continuation from what happened with the Hurricanes game. Same one used. That was the lowest scoring game all tournament here.
True, he was feeling for that one, was Buchanan.
Pitched up on a length, was looking to drive. Was playing straight. And again, it seems as if he didn't pick up the line early enough. He was playing where the ball wasn't.
I think he was defeated by the lack of bounds because, as you mentioned, that passed through maybe about calf height.
Didn't seem a lot there, that delivery. So Buchanan just missed it.
Pleasant drive, but mid-off is there. But the question is, of course, Fuzzy, can Jamaica still make a game out of this?
To make a game out of it, they would have to make 400 to really give themselves a chance. That would mean that the Red Force would need to chase 160 on a deteriorating surface.
On a last day surface, last session.
And for them to get 400, they would have to bat 4.5 sessions at least.
That's a full delivery and well stopped in the cover region.
Yeah, it has to gap that though. That's a bad delivery on a surface like this that is not easy for stroke making. You want to be capitalizing on those full tosses.
Yeah. That was Amir Django in the cover region. Not behind the stumps. Josh De Silva is.
Carlos Brown has to be reminded about his footwork. In the first innings, he was bold, leaving alone a straight delivery from Anderson Phillip. But he came back, but not sharply. It was pitched on off stump, and he just didn't cover the stumps. Let's see if he has done any remedial work. He's trying to get that back pad outside the line. He has to get that front foot across further to ensure that whenever he gets across, it covers where the ball is going or where the ball has pitched. Advancing now and leaves alone. And made, well, 1 run from that over, 4 without loss.
But I mean, from the Jamaica perspective, they have the opportunity to bat the entire day, and if they do that, then they'll get close to maybe 300. You bat a session tomorrow, at least you give yourself 2 sessions to try to outdown Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and if you give them a 150, as you mentioned, to chase it, it could be very interesting. There is time available to the Scorpions, and they have to make use of it.
The Scorpions team is a little bit handicapped in terms of experience, top order players. At this level, if your top order is not going to be giving you quality starts, and we all know that most of the teams in the region struggle against spin. Well, almost every Caribbean player, the best of the lot, struggle. So if you're going to be 20 for 2 and 30 for 3, by the time the spinners come on, you're going to be folding for little or nothing. That's another beautiful delivery from Pierre. Went on with the arm. It's a newer ball, obviously, but it's slid right past the outside edge of Buchanan, who played the right line.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous shot.
He did well on that occasion, Buchanan, to sort of cover the footmarks, because there's some very, very close footmarks from the bowler's follow through just outside Buchanan's off stump. So if Pierre gets one to pitch in that area there, it could be very, very interesting. That one is past everybody. That will run down to the ropes for 4. The signal from the umpire is byes, but it doesn't matter for Jamaica because it's a boundary to start their follow-on innings.
Yeah, that one came out of the rough as well. You could see the puff of dust as well after it landed. So the surface is a little bit abrasive and it's breaking up. It's spitting out of that rough. But the previous delivery that you're saying that was covering the footmark, what Buchanan did well as well is that he realized he wasn't to the pitch of the ball and he decided not to go through with the shot. Had he done that, ball would have easily ballooned to the man who has now moved from cover point to leg gully.
I think he also opened the face a little bit just to make sure it guided away from any fielder.
Yeah, I thought this would have been the field from the outset, to be honest, especially to the left-hander. That completes the over at 8 without loss. 4 byes coming from it.
But from a batter's perspective, in terms of facing, what's the difference between facing a pace bowler and facing a spinner? Because it's always quite funny. You think, oh, this is a slow bowler, it's not going to get past me. But spinners have taken so many wickets, and they're ruling a roost here in the West Indies 4-day game.
Yeah, the difference, outside of the obvious thing that one is quicker than one, it's just that with the pace, you have to get yourself into position very quickly in terms of how you're going to negotiate the delivery, how you're going to play whatever shot you're going to be playing. So your footwork has to be as good as it gets.
Feeling for that one as he advances slightly, Carlos Brown, dying on his way to Josh Silva. He's kept a good line, Philip. Continue.
Yeah, and especially if the ball is moving about. Your awareness is also important. Your positioning, your body movement, all of that comes into play with spin. I think it's more, it has to do with footwork and the mental application towards scoring. I think that's the biggest issue with facing spin. Because if you looked at when the Scorpions were bowling, their spinners, I've probably said this 170 million times, that most of the runs were scored off the back foot. Outside of that, a lot of the spinners were hit over their heads, which tells you that there was too much time for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters to get under the ball. The Scorpions, even though they hit a couple of sixes, they had to be chancing their arms to get those sixes. It wasn't easy. And they were hitting from a length. I thought the Scorpions were being hit.
Feeling again for that one. He strode forward, but he was far away from the line of that one, and his bat just hung out like a tablecloth drying in the breeze.
Yeah, that's not something an opener should be proud of. Should be leaving that alone. He covered his off stump before Philip even got to the crease. Should have just left that one alone. But going back to that spinning thing, the Scorpions bowlers were hit from the crease a lot. They had their batters, the Scorpion batters, had to be advancing, and they had to be hitting with the spin to hit more of or to clear the boundary more often than the others. That's a beautiful off drive. It's gonna take some stopping. It won't be stopped. And this is what we have seen from Carlos Brown so far this season. A touch of class in the midst of chaos throughout the Scorpions batting.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous shot. Full face of the bat. Waited on it, played it very, very late. And all the fielder could do was run and retrieve it. So coming back to your point about getting runs, accumulating runs here. So would you say it's accurate, or would you agree that runs will always come from a pace bowler, but you have to create the opportunities with a spinner?
Especially spinners who are consistent. I wouldn't say runs will always come, but the consistency in grouping your deliveries is what makes you difficult to play or face. So if a pacer is consistently bowling that 3 3/4 length that is just on and about the top of off stump and asking you to come forward, that's a difficult area to score from. Once they are over pitching or they're too short, then it's easier. But with a spinner who is spinning the ball, getting good revs, good pace, good bounce, and is consistently targeting the stumps like Brian Charles and Corey Peer, it's going to be difficult for you to be scoring runs down the ground, especially.
Tries again this time, a little bit not straight to bat, but at the end, no run. 12 without loss after 5.
Dad! Dad!
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Oh no! Oh, right, you wanted. Oh, right. Okay. All right. I'll do one over and then.
Corey Peer is going to continue. And what I was going to mention as well is that the grouping of the Scorpion spinners, it was all over the place.
Yeah.
They didn't bowl 3 deliveries in the same area like what Peer and Charles have done.
Well, that's what I guess that sort of that's what I meant by runs will always come with a pacer because their margin for error is very slim, and if you have pace to work with, most batters can use the pace. That's a nice drive. A lot of bottom hand in that one. I think he would have been better advised trying to place that through cover region. There he is. He's trying to reduce the cover shot. So it's been a... Yeah, and as you mentioned, the grouping with spinners, you expect spinners to have better control. But I still think there was a different approach between how the Red Force and the Harpy Eagles, for example, face the spinners of Jamaica.
Just a consistency in lines and lengths.
Well, if you want to say that the game against the Harpy Eagles, that is another fantastic delivery by Pierre here. If you want to say that against the Harpy Eagles and against the Red Force, that's a wide one there, that the level of spinning from the Jamaica Scorpions was about the same. The Harpy Eagles went about in an accumulation of runs. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force sort of bided time and then took the attack to the spinners. So that was the difference there. The Red Force players sort of backed themselves to get the boundaries, clear the boundaries, while the Harpy Eagles were more interested in the deft touches and getting the runs.
It seems as if Corey Peer was warned just now by umpire Christopher Wright. You're right, because if you look at the caliber of spinners in the Harpy Eagles team, one has, over 500 wickets? 600 wickets in Verasamy Pramal. Budakesh Moti is the West Indies test spinner, all format spinner. And Kevin Sinclair has just emerged into the West Indies test team, but he has played T20 cricket. Those spinners are going to give you consistent areas. The Scorpion spinners in this game, Royal is into his 3rd game. Someone is in his 1st season. Abhijay Mansingh has been a little bit off color this season. And if you look back to Ramal Lewis, he has been a little bit expensive. He took some wickets in the Hurricanes game. But outside of that, the consistency in keeping runs scoring limited has been a massive problem for the Scorpions. And to get away from 61 for 6 to 400 when the spinners predominantly bowled tells you the difficulty in consistency from the Scorpions bowling unit.
Interesting thoughts on Jerome Foster. Marlon Pinnock has decided he wants to commentate, and whatever Penny wants, we have to do. So I will depart for a short while, and Penny will take over.
The Scorpions, they have to, I personally think, you want these two to get to lunch. That's the first thing. This is their final innings this season. And for some, it probably will be the final one for their Scorpions careers. You expect to see a difference going forward. And I've gotten some messages from some friends and some people who are watching who are just saying it's probably very difficult for anybody to win with this team because it's a rebuilding team and it's a team that is restructuring.
But at the end of the day, you want to participate with a chance of winning. And so far, the Scorpions haven't been at their A game in this season's competition. And as I mentioned earlier, just Chadwick Walton making a century for the Scorpions this season. He has valuable contribution from Morris, Pete Salmon, Carlos Brown, but not getting to that 3-figure mark. And as a batter, by scoring runs, you should be looking over 3 figures. Carlos Brown and Buchanan at the wicket so far would want to make amends here in the final game. Came back sharply off the seam this time around, and a loose shot by Buchanan. The Scorpions on the back foot on day 3 here at Sabina Park. In their second inning, still trail by
230. And you're right. I just think that the Scorpions, they have 2 players over 300 runs now. Kurt McKenzie and Romain Morris. And Morris has tapered off a bit in the last couple of rounds. Has picked up a couple of injuries, a couple of niggles here and there, which I thought played a part in a couple of his dismissals. But outside of those 2, and McKenzie still has to feel very disappointed because as a international player, he hasn't really distinguished himself from his peers. And he has gotten a lot of useful starts and useful contributions, but the number 3 batter, you want them to be getting those big half centuries and those centuries. And especially for the Scorpions batting unit that is predominantly made up of players who are aggressive batters, naturally. If you look back at all the players that have played this season, and we can probably run through them throughout the course of this over. If nothing happens, like that drive, which is beautiful, it was aerial for a moment, but he got it in the gap. Javon Buchanan, who looks like someone who you can actually work with at the top of the order, and it's the end of the over for the Red Force and Andy Sir Philip. No, not many threats. You don't expect many threats with pace on this surface. It's very, very slow. It is 17 without loss.
a beautiful shot coming in from Javon Buchanan. Over pitch delivered there by Andy Sir Philip and got the treatment it deserved for a lovely looking shot by the steady left-hander who plays for this club here in Jamaica, Kingston Cricket Club. But I feel, as you mentioned about the Scorpion batting line of Foster.
Yeah, the aggressive players. So Chadwick Walton is aggressive. He looked better than most of the batters throughout the competition. He looked a class above. He got a few decisions that you felt weren't in his favor and could have gone either way. A couple of tickles down the leg side, which they're saying he didn't nick. LBWs, which subjective to who you ask. Leroy Lugg is an aggressive player. Jermaine Blackwood is an aggressive player. Those players made up the top half of the batting. And Nkrumah Bonner played only 2 games. He has gone missing. He's been on for personal reasons.
But mentioning about Kurt McKenzie, played Test cricket at the highest level, and so far in this West Indies Championship for 2024, just missed 1/2 century, and it was in this game.
Yeah, came at the very back end of the tournament.
That shows how poor it is for the Scorpions. 2 seasons in a row. Remember last year they didn't win a game, and in fact, for the last 2 years they haven't won a traditional team.
Yeah. So if you put it in context, they would have only beaten the 2 developing teams. So they haven't beaten any of the franchise teams or the professional teams. And there's no one point to look or one area to blame because the fielding has not been up to scratch. The batting has not been up to scratch. And for the longest time, it's probably the first time I've felt to say, or have the urge to say, that a Jamaica Scorpions team or a Jamaica team is struggling to find bowlers or struggling to dismiss teams. That has never been the case.
Remember back in the days, Nikita Miller, Odin Brown, Bevan Brown, even the coach Andrew Richardson was bowling for Jamaica. He tends to win titles after titles. That completes the 8th over at 17 without loss to Scorpions.
And then I was asked the question if these players are if they are our best players. And to be quite honest, some players have given up on the game and given up on the sport because they believe that they haven't been treated fairly. Some of those players would have dominated at youth level and so on. But if you look at these players who are in the middle, these are the names you hear in the media or see in the newspapers on a weekly basis who have done well for their respective clubs. So it comes back to another question. Is it that our cricket is declining so badly locally that even our best players are subpar to teams that were never ever as strong as Jamaica for over a number of years? And this is not a disrespectful comment at any point in time. But when you look at the Leeward Islands and you look at the Windward Islands, they have done a lot of work in the background. They have done a lot of things to change their cricket. These two countries, they were at the bottom of the pile for the last 20 years. And remember the Leeward Islands, they were very strong in the 80s and the 90s and the mid-70s. But between the 90s and the back end of the 90s and the early 2000s, mid-2000s, they struggled. Youth level, senior level. But it has gone in a different way now for those two countries or territories.
Yes, for the last 2 years, they have been dominating cricket. The Leeward Hurricanes and, of course, the Volcanoes.
And Andrew Richardson has had a stint at the Volcanoes. Andre Coley, who was here at the Scorpions before going to the West Indies Academy, was at the Volcanoes. And the Hurricanes, Stuart Williams, a former West Indies player who has indicated that he will not continue after this season, has been around the Hurricanes. So it's obvious. Another drive from Buchanan still shows you that the pitch is not really coming, the ball is not really coming onto the bat, it's still in the air. Shows you. As I said, Richardson was at the Volcanoes. And he basically was part of that rebuilding process. He's back home now. He won the Super 50 in 2022. 2023, the 4-day competition, we didn't win a game. Revamping the squad now in 2024. You really expected this team not to be a very strong team this year because you expected a lot of youngsters. But you just feel as though some of the players have taken things for granted. There's not much competition in there for them. So they get out softly, they get out cheaply, and they get out in the same manner.
Yeah, prime example, look at the Leroy logo we got out in the games. On numerous occasions, hitting the ball down the throat of the fielders, chipping down the wicket at this first class level, just a step away from playing for the West Indies at the test level. You want to see your batters applying themselves, getting big scores, showing application at the wicket. And this season, the Scorpions haven't done that. And this is a sore point in the Scorpion squad as well. It's good to see the youngsters being included. Justin Beckford, who's been very dominant in schoolboy cricket, in the Jamaica Cricket Association 2-day competitions, and getting his opportunity at the regional level. Would want to make a Mark McCarthy done well as well. Andre Dennis. You see a Buchanan now. He's shown great fight at the wicket. This is his 4th inning so far. And I haven't seen Buchanan batting loosely. He's shown that he wants to be at the regional level. And that's a fight and the hurt you want to see from your players. Carlos Brown is another who shows great potential.
Carlos Brown is someone you obviously can build a team with. He just has to find that middle ground in terms of converting his solid starts to consistent output. And he shows that he has quality. He has shown that he's equipped to play at this level. It's 17 without loss after the end of 9 overs, a deficit of 243, the Scorpions, so they still trail by 226 runs. And Carlos Brown, I believe, has been one of the bright sparks. Obviously, no centuries, but you see someone, you can look at someone and say, they belong here. It's just for him to be hungry, to have that desire and that passion, and to work extremely hard on his game, especially when this season comes to an end, goes back, find a way to correct some of the errors that he made. Look at the ways how he was dismissed. If he was dismissed in the same manner a couple of times, you look back and see what was happening. You go through it with the coaches. That's another wonderful delivery from Pierre. You have video sessions with the coaches. Look at where you can change things. You can change things. It's obvious that technically some of these players have been wanting. There's no going around that.
And Foster, if you look around in the Scorpion team as well, when it comes on to the fast bowling aspect, you realize the Scorpion over the last 2 to 3 years have been struggling with fast bowlers playing out of season.
Yeah.
Early on in the season, Marquina Minley got injured, he came back. Agard Bryan, who got in, didn't came back. A Terrible Green. And now Jay Shields struggled in his first spot with injury. And it goes to show how the fast bowling aspect of the Scorpion cricket is going downhill.
You look at school cricket as well, and you look around and you see the names that are popping up. Most of the names are spinners. He's playing that one halfway forward, Brown, and that completes a maiden for Kari Pierre at 17 without loss. The Scorpions following on. And 2 players from Jamaica represented the West Indies under-19 team at the World Cup. 2 pacers. There were more than 2. You had Jordan Johnson, Stephen Wedderburn, and Weir.
Where is the butter?
Yeah, his name slips me now. But Weir, Wedderburn, Johnson, 3 batters. And then you had the 2 pacers, Deshaun James and Ryan Edwards.
Edwards, yes.
And only one was able to play a game in the tournament, one of the pacers. And that tells you another thing as well, is that our fast bowling stock here in Jamaica has not been the same. And school cricket has become a place now for coaches to try to just win. There's no real emphasis on developing players anymore. It's not really the school's responsibility, if we're going to be very honest. Terence Hines is going to be bowling from that there, Michael holding end. It's not the school's responsibility to develop players. But when I was playing high school cricket, that's not a long time ago, by the way. That's just a few years ago. You had coaches at the top schools who were looking for fast bowlers, because as much as the fast bowlers would bowl their 8 overs and then rest, you won't see them again for sure. But each team that was dominant in their respective areas had a quality fast bowler.
Yeah, I remember back in the days playing high school cricket, you go into a St. Elizabeth Technical, you're hearing about a Jason Dawes.
Yeah, well, Stets is a breeding ground for fast bowling. They always had a quality fast bowler who was either playing Jamaica under 19, under 17, under 15, or a step away from playing for West Indies under 19, or breaking into the Jamaica senior team. That's how St. Elizabeth Technical High School has been. Well, they still have Deshaun James, who was broken into the West Indies under 19, but they have a tradition. But when you look at, if you looked around, you'd probably probably when you had Glenn Muir doing well, you had that one fast bowler. You look at Garvey Massey, they had a fast bowler. Eltham did well, they had a fast bowler. When Innswood did well, they had a good fast bowler. It's just the development and the emphasis that has to be placed on the growth of the game locally. You can't come to this level and just expect the coaches to be just miracle workers. Because a man bowling 70 miles per hour is not going to threaten anybody at this level, no disrespect.
But
he's going to be able to bowl long spells. He's going to be able to hold up an end. But he's not going to be someone that is going to assure you of those 5 bowling points on a weekly basis.
Markina Minley, Derval Green, and of course O.J. Shields, they work extremely hard. And they commit themselves to the cricket. But injury was the main part of their success for this season. And hence why Scorpion this season, Foster, still in 6th position, just a step ahead of the 2 emerged team in this West Indies regional competition for 2024.
Yeah, and it's still going to take some time for the Scorpions to probably win another 4-day championship because they have been behind the 8 ball now. When you look at a Jordan Johnson, who's obviously at the West Indies Academy, it's obvious that the West Indies have plans for him. You want players like those to be in and around your setup, to be constantly playing. And maybe some tough decisions will have to be taken in terms of just saying, going forward, I am willing to work with this age group of players for the next 2 to 3 years and see what happens for us.
But then again, you still can't get rid of all the experienced
Yeah,
players
you
at
can't.
once.
You can't. But the senior players, they have to take responsibility, and they didn't this season. And that completes the over. And I think that's going to be drinks here on the penultimate day, the first morning. It's still Trinidad and Tobago Red Force who are dominating. They have enforced the follow-on. The Scorpions dismissed for 189 this morning after restarting on 159. And now 243 behind. They are 17 without loss. They trail by 226. Javon Buchanan 7 and Carlos Brown 6.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
Action resumes at Sabina Park with the Jamaica Scorpions putting up a fight here. Andrew Chan in your company alongside that man Penny. And he's happy to see that the Jamaica Scorpions, despite that the fact that they're following on, the two openers have done fairly well.
A long way away, Andrew. It's a mountain to climb for the Scorpions.
Good fielding there, brilliant stuff from Anderson Phillip. And I like this attacking field. There's no slip, but there's a short leg and a silly mid-off in position. Oh, there's a slip coming into play now.
Attacking field for Curry Pier as well.
But they seem ready, and they seem as if they're applying themselves, Brown and Buchanan, to bat long and bat deep. Each facing over 30 deliveries so far.
But this is what we get from the Scorpion on a day-to-day basis this year in this West Indies Regional Championship. Batters batting, getting starts, and then give the wicket away. But these two batters in the middle both have great temperament. This is a good look for the Scorpions. Two solid batters in the middle as well. Left and right combination. This can be good for the Scorpion for a few years to come if these two batters still stay in the program.
Hit that nicely. I'll get that down to long on again.
A misfield there. Straightish mid wicket by Jason Mohammed allows Buchanan a run. Curry Pier picked up 3 for 57 in the first innings. And hence why the captain decided to start proceedings with the beauty.
Those
Pitch.
deliveries that Carey
Shift
Pierce
away.
sends down, it's almost like they're mines in that Sabina Park pitch. Let's have a look at this fantastic delivery to end the over. Superb Penny, absolutely superb from Pierce. It's amazing he hasn't taken a wicket yet
In this innings,
in this innings. Yep.
he picked up 3 for 57.
6 overs for 5 runs, Penny. 31 dot balls. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Picked up from where he left off in the first innings with the ball. He was outstanding. Spinners picked up 9 wickets for the Red Force in the first innings. 6 went to Brian Charles. And of course, Curry Pier picked up 3 for 57. And Anderson Phillip picked up 1. And the Scorpions still trail by 224 runs with 10 second innings wickets in hand. A big ask of the Scorpions. Terence Hines was all over the shop in the first innings. So far, not at his best in the second innings as well, but he will want to make a mark in the second innings. He batted well for the Red Force team. He made 79. Shared in 2 big partnership for the Red Force team, which helped them to post that massive total of 432. I like this field from De Silva as well, Andrew. Attacking field, 2 slip, a gully backward point, cover, a mid-on, mid-off, and a straightish mid-wicket. That's Brian Charles, the man who created havoc in the first innings. As I mentioned, pick up 6 for 75, making his first class tally of wickets up to 143. Each time Javon Buchanan gets to the wicket, he always look as if he is batting from the night before. Always look commanding, always look very easy. And so far, he's not out 8 from 41 deliveries. Carlos Brown, 7 from 34 deliveries.
Yeah, it's good to see the application from the Jamaican batters. Hines comes in once again. Has a really slingy action, Hines.
Yes, he reminds me so much of Lasif Molinga of Sri Lanka.
Well, I don't think that's a good compliment for Terence Hines. Probably would admit that he's not quite the level of the infamous slinger. But I was thinking that with his sling, it's disappointing that he hasn't done better in terms of taking a wicket. He hasn't taken a wicket in the first innings and neither yet in the Jamaica's second.
Well, I would say I haven't taken a wicket in the game so far.
Yeah. But I generally think with how this pitch is playing, how it's very low, that sling might just cause a bit of indecision in the batters. Because of course with the slinging delivery, you're never quite sure of the trajectory. Sometimes they can just rear up from the pitch on you.
One young, that's a misfield there.
Wow.
This time by Curry Pier allows a second run to Javon Buchanan.
And they get 2 at the end of the over, 19 without loss.
It's another youngster that the Scorpions should be looking at as well. Who's been around the West Indies youth program.
And that just proves how fast the outfield is at Sabina Park, Penny. Because that was barely a push from Buchanan. And despite Carrick maybe getting half a hand onto it, it still almost got to the boundary.
Nicholas Lewin, who was around the West Indies under 19 program, is a good prospect as well. Played at the under 19 level, but these youngsters play, and then you haven't seen them for a while. You look at Steve Weatherburn, who have played West Indies under 19, scored 2 half centuries as well. And those players are emerging young players would want to see in the Scorpion training session.
I'd like to say a special pleasant good morning. I think it's actually afternoon. Yes, good afternoon to...
No, it's not afternoon as yet.
Well, it's afternoon when she is, Penny, if you'd allow me to continue. Don't correct me, Penny. Good afternoon to Miss Angie, a nurse in Trinidad and Tobago. And a pleasant good day to all nurses tuning in. Across Jamaica and across Trinidad and Tobago and across the Caribbean and probably across the world. Maybe tending to some patients who are tuned into us, Penny. Or maybe they're just cricket fans themselves.
Scorpions would want to go into lunch without any loss of any wickets here. And that would be a plus for them.
Continuing to be on the line, Carrie Peer. Fozzie, of course, was talking about the consistency or lack thereof from the Jamaica Scorpion spinners. Carrie Peer, complete and utter difference here. He's conceded 1 run and over, Penny. Going up to 7 overs now. Delivery down the leg side. I think Buchanan might have missed out there. He may have gone too hard at that one, Penny. That was a wayward delivery. 14 overs gone, 22 without loss. I think that's a slight issue with these two openers here. I mean, they're scratching around. They're trying to find form, and of course, their team is following on. But the couple loose deliveries that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have bowled, they really haven't put away. There have been a couple full tosses drilled straight to the fielders. That delivery down the leg side there. If we can get a replay of that one, Mr. Sharma. Not a cloud in the sky here, Penny. It's absolutely blue.
Glorious day for cricket here at Sabina Park. So look at the replay here.
Yeah, it's down the leg side. He went too hard at that one. Maybe if he had gone with a vertical bat and just tried to tickle it, he might have gotten some runs.
Maybe why he didn't try to tickle, there was a leg slip in place as well. It's a bit risky. Hence why he tried to sweep that ball.
Good point there, Penny. But again, it's the deft touch that you need to develop in cricket.
Carlos Brown was bowled in the first innings by Anderson Phillip, leaving a delivery outside. They also have shape back off the seam, so you should be mindful of that as well. Final game for the Scorpion and final game of the season for 2024. So both batters in the middle will want to finish on a bang for the Scorpions. One thing for sure though, Andrew, it's a wonderful day here at Sabina Park for cricket. Beautiful sunshine and wonderful breeze blowing across the ground as well. Very humid in the commentary box though.
Flicked nicely, but no run again. Once again, he has a massive gap there. Once he had gotten it past Jason Mohammed there at that mid-wicket region, he had all the space in the world. Could still only pick out that fielder.
Just about 20 minutes to 12 o'clock here in Kingston, Jamaica. Opening batters off the Scorpions so far, doing well at the wicket. Batted over 40 minutes so far. They're scoring 22 runs, but the important thing, they haven't lost a wicket so far. Still trailed by 2-1. That's 21 runs. They're on follow on. Good delivery. Different Terence Hines this second innings. Was wearied all over the shop in the first innings. Came back this second innings. Just a delivery remaining in his third. Just 2 runs score off his bowling so far. Excellent from Terence Hines. And he's normally a wicket taker as well. This wicket here at Sabina Park. Not the quickest wicket. Not doing any just for the fast bowlers. He has 9 wickets went to the spinners from the Red Force. And just a wicket for Anderson. And that completes the
15th over. 22 without loss.
So Curry Pier will be continuing.
Yeah, 18 minutes before lunch. It's been a marathon spell, I have to say, from Pear. 7 overs. He's bowled since the start of the Jamaica innings.
And a sedate start so far by the Scorpions.
Yeah. Of course, that man Brian Charles took 6 wickets in the first innings. He'll be searching and seeking for 10.
Or even 12.
Hasn't bowled yet, which is interesting. Nice shot there from Buchanan. Just opens the face, guides that down to third man. And they'll trot back for an easy 2. I think that's what I like to see from the batters. They use the gaps, they use the pace on offer. You watch the delivery very, very closely.
And that man, Brian Charles, bowled exceptionally well in the first innings,
Yeah.
using his variation to great effect.
I feel as if the Jamaicans didn't have an answer for him, and that's why they sort of went on the attack. 'Cause if you look at his figures, 6 for 82, slightly expensive, but that's the Jamaicans going after him. Pleasant drive and this dive and half stop, and
By
brilliant
Jangu.
stuff by Amir Jangu. He's as adept on the field as he is behind the stumps.
Realize the 2 spinners for the Red Force team, they bowl in partnerships. Curry Pier was very economical as well. He picked up 3 for 57 as well.
Jason Mohammed just to your left of screen as short mid on. This one is driven nicely again, and Django gets well into position. Doing really good there.
Javon Buchanan will want
Yeah.
pick the gap there. 2 delivers, stroke firmly to mid off, left or right of Django. It had 4 written all over it. In the end, that completes the 16th at 24 without loss, the Scorpions.
Their fielding in the second innings has been absolutely exceptional. We've seen some good stops from Django, Philip as well, and then there was a diving stop from Keon Otley, I believe, in the covers. Really exceptional stuff from the Red Force. They're throwing themselves around.
Yeah, they are showing great commitment on the field, showing that even though it's the last game of the season, they still want to finish on a high. And as a cricketer, you have to be passionate about the sports, love the sports. And hence why, if you look around in the regional cricket, the youngsters coming through the under 19 programs have been doing a decent job so far. Look at that Jonathan Jakes this season came out of the West Indies under 19, scored a century and few half centuries.
Just about 15 minutes to the luncheon interval.
Kyle Louis, he's outstanding. I think he's still leading the runs as well. And also his brother in Jeremiah Louis leading the wickets.
In terms of the situation of the game, I mean, the Scorpions still trail by a hefty 219, but it should give them a little bit of confidence, Penny, that if they batted through this session unscathed, or the most of this session, I should say, unscathed, then it would be a good job from them.
Yeah, it would be a plus for the Scorpions, but still a long day of cricket to be played.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow, another 90 overs, bar any rain.
But they've been tested by the Trinidad Tobago Red Force bowlers, and they've stood fairly strong.
Yes, 2 openers so far in this second innings.
Be interesting to see what sort of say Charles has in the second innings.
He's standing at slip is Brian Charles.
That's a straight drive. That is as beautiful as they come from Carlos Brown. When he's presented the full face of the bat, Penny, he has looked absolutely on point.
Indeed, tremendous shot there by Carlos Brown. Full pitch delivery, it was there for the taking. And full presentation of the bat, as you can see on the replay there by Carlos Brown. It was class indeed from a classy right-hander in Carlos Brown. 20 hit without loss. The Scorpions, as you can see, a spectator there reading his liner, listening to the commentary as well. In the Sabina Park North Stand, watching the Scorpions do battle here at Sabina Park with the Red Force.
There are a couple less fans in today than there were yesterday. Probably disappointed how the Scorpions went about their first innings. But hopefully if the Scorpions manage to put up a good fight here today, we might see a couple more fans dribbling in. It's always nice to see the school kids as well, Penny. I always think it's a lovely opportunity to...
Yes, they are the future.
Yeah. Especially on a Friday afternoon, Penny. Who wants to be in school on a Friday afternoon? You didn't want to be in school at all, I know. You just wanted to be out on a cricket pitch.
You're absolutely right.
I know. That was the only examination you ever passed with flying colors. Even that examination I didn't pass with flying colors, Penny.
Imagine me and Kenor Lewis was classmate at school. That's Kenor Lewis who played CPL for the Jamaican Towers.
Oh, very nice.
We were brilliant in class though. First and second.
First and second in the run shots as well.
Yeah, we were very good at maths.
Multiplying by 6 on 4. And do you still keep in touch with your friends at the end of the over? 28 without loss after 17.
Yes, I do. Never forget my friends. Remember, Kenor Lewis was my best friend in school. Actually went in the same class. And we still communicate. Even last week we were at Jamaica Cricket Association 2 days semi-finals at Kensington. And the main topic was me and him back in school at the under 15 levelers, well playing for Jamaica, and the history goes on. As the old book would say, never forget where you're coming from. Okay, if you forgot, you're not going anywhere.
Indeed, indeed. But I don't want to put you on the spot, Penny, but I just want to ask you. I mean, of course, you had the opportunity. You played for the West Indies under 15 level. Is that correct?
Jamaica under 15 level.
Jamaica under 15 and West Indies as well. You never made it to the West Indies. But in terms of going forward, where do you think, for younger players who might be at some level in the game and they've reached a certain level, where do you think you went wrong in terms of making it to the further levels?
Well, when I came back from the under 15, I started playing for St. Ann Parish. Was doing very well, dominating, even got to the senior team trials. Got in the trials, did well, but didn't got as enough batter as I should. Because at that time, Carlton Ball Jr. was the wicket keeper, and of course a youngster who played under 15 a year before me, Inoris Miller, was also a keeper. I went in as a wicket keeper batter. But since I transferred my cricket to the Jamaica Defence Force, that's where my cricket really break away with the...
Just sorry to pause you there, Penny. We'll continue with that story, but it seems that I think that's Carlos Brown. He's getting some magical spray on his shoulder. I don't know if he's maybe tweaked it just a little bit. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, and of course when I went to the Jamaica Defence Force, started playing, and then the whole army work and cricket, I realized I couldn't balance both of it, and hence why it kind of did a bit difficult for me to come off patrol and then go to training, play matches on a Saturday and Sunday, go back to work Monday to Wednesday, train Thursday, Friday, play match Saturday and Sunday. It was very, very difficult for me.
Okay. You just had to make the choice between professional cricket and eventually that's how it plays out. But I certainly think there's a brain drain, Penny, in terms of we see cricketers who do well, and if you've actually looked at like the records of under 19 players or who have played for under 19 West Indies team, and you look at the names there, not many of them translate into the upper levels of the game. Yes, some of them may have gone on to play for Trinidad and such like that, but they never really fulfilled their potential. And I think that's something that.
And here in Jamaica as well, you have some youngsters who have
Yeah.
played at the under 15, at the under 17, even at the West Indies under 19 level.
Full toss. Brilliant fielding again. Prevents a certain four there, Anderson Phillip. Carry pair starting to look maybe a little bit ragged, but he's really had his fielders backing him up there.
Was just not being able to continue and move on to the highest level. You have a young Nicholson Lewin who was captain Lucas in the two-day competition, played West Indies under 19, and then they're just lost in the program. But they are good cricketers.
Deep in this crease, pulls this nicely, and that will run away for 4, I believe. It does indeed. That's a lovely little shot by Buchanan, as I said. Pairs starting to look a little ragged, and that one was definitely going down the leg side and pitched short as well.
Yeah, short, begging to be hit. And was dispatched disdainfully by Javon Buchanan, 32-run partnership. A bit slow, of 105 deliveries. But the most important thing for the Scorpions, both batters at the wicket, and they have 10 second innings wickets in hand.
Yeah. And I think that the short leg was maybe struck by that one as well. Let's have a look at the replay on that one and see if the short leg fielder was struck, because he seems to need some magic spray as well. And might have just hit him a glancing blow on that shoulder, safer scooper.
Yeah, there's
Immediate wins from him.
just about 5 minutes to 12 o'clock here in Kingston, Jamaica.
Yeah.
See the Scorpions fighting back on D3. Going to be a huge ask though, Andrew.
Yeah. So I mean that's the other consideration there, Penny, because coming back to our point, our discussion. In terms of the talent pool, of course, the Caribbean is already limited. We don't have the numbers of India or Pakistan or Australia or England, even England. Thick inside edge, Buchanan just gets that one past short leg and get a single here. So there has to be a way of funneling that talent. And Cricket West Indies has put certain things in place in terms of the academy, the West Indies Academy, developmental teams, as well as the CCC. But I think there needs to be more cohesion between, of course, the regional boards and Cricket West Indies. Nice flick again. And I think it's as simple, to me, Penny, it's as simple as saying, okay, let's say Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. That's a nice push there. He's hit that so beautifully off the back with Carlos Brown and timed brilliantly. You'll get 4 to end the over, 37 without loss after 18.
Terrific timing here by Carlos Brown. Just a punch off the back foot, Andrew.
Yeah,
And a
absolutely.
lightning fast outfield here at Sabina Park. Django had no chance whatsoever for a lovely looking shot to Carlos Brown.
Yeah, I think even Usain Bolt would have had problems to chase that one down. But yeah, so it's as simple to me. As simple to me as for every age group, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, as an example, list 20 or 30 players that can progress or that they're looking at, that they're monitoring closely. So if under 15 you have, let's say, 10 batters or 8 batters, 8 fast bowlers, whatever, etc. So you have a list of 30 players, and they just forward that to the West Indies Cricket Board and say, these are the players we're looking at the under 17, under 15, under 17, under 19 level.
And that would be a perfect idea, Anju.
Yeah.
And now we'll see some crop of players who we can choose from.
Just 3 minutes before the lunch break, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have brought on their trump man. They always depend on a Brian Charles. It used to be Lara, now it's just Brian Charles.
And for the last 2 years, Brian Charles have been dominating regional cricket.
Absolutely dominating, Penny.
Him and the big man Raheem Jimbo Cornwall.
Well, he will dominate everything. And this will be a good challenge here. I'm disappointed that Charles hasn't come on maybe 10 or 15 minutes earlier. Or thick inside edge, and he'll get that one down to square leg, behind square. On his haunches there is Brian Charles, and the throw comes in from Carriper. A little bit wayward as they risk 2. They got it there in the end.
We realize Javon Buchanan was chuttling down to the non-strikers in and realized there was a second half to hustle.
A more direct throw on one, and the batters could have been in trouble because they were a little bit slow on the uptake for the second. And good adjustments in the field here. Immediately Josh De Silva bringing in that silly mid-off on that short leg and that slip fielder. I believe every fielder is inside the circle as well, Penny. I think Charles wants to encourage them to try to hit out.
But with 1 minute before 12 o'clock, I don't think Buchanan will be tempted.
Still trailed by a hefty 204, Jamaica. Beautiful stuff there. Just drifting past the outside edge. Well taken by Josh De Silva. And that will end the over. 19 overs bowled. 39 without loss. The Jamaica Scorpions following on. They still trail by 204. We'll take a break here at the iconic Sabina Park to see if the Scorpions still have a sting in the second session. For the second session on the third day of this round 7 match in the West Indies Championships. Jamaica following on, but they're battling on at 39 without loss. They still trail by a hefty 204 runs. But the opening pair have applied themselves quite nicely. 65 and 49 deliveries faced respectively for Javon Buchanan and Carlos Brown. A pleasant good afternoon to my good friend Marlon Pinnock, who absolutely inhaled his rice and chicken and fish, drank about a half-liter of orange juice, and now is relaxing and reclining in his chair. I'm surprised he hasn't brought a cushion to put his foot up as we would get ready for this second session, Penny.
Good afternoon to you, Andrew Chan. Good afternoon to our wonderful viewers, wherever you are in the world. It's a wonderful game of cricket been played here at Sabina Park so far. So the Scorpions fighting back, which is a huge task ahead. It's first time in this game we're going to see Anderson Phillip coming from the Courtney Wall Gen. And of course he will bowl into the right-handed Carlos Brown.
Yeah, Andy Phillip is switching ends actually. He started from the southern end, which is the Michael holding end, which is the Courtney Walsh end, I should say. Now he's bowling from the holding end. In terms of other cricket around the region, Guyana have progressed to 48 without loss. They require 133 runs to win. That's against the CCC. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 237 for 7. They have a lead of 358 against their title contenders, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Taking a look at that scorecard for you. Kesey Carty, top scoring with a well-played 65. 2 wickets apiece for Gillon Tyson, Kavem Hodge, and Shamar Springer.
Anderson Phillip, 27 years of age, born August 22nd, 1996. Made his test debut back in June 24th, 2022 against Bangladesh. He has played 2 tests in his international career. Third, 32 first-class games and 113 wickets to his credit. Ooh, that was mighty close. And Carlos Brown must be mindful that Anderson Phillip got him bowled in the first innings, leaving alone a ball. The only different, he was bowling from the Michael Holland end, and now he's bowling from the Courtney Walsh end. That was mighty close to the off stump.
And taking a look at the third and final game, or the fourth and final game, I should say, in the Cricket West Indies Championships. Barbados 173 for 4 against the West Indies Academy. They have a lead of 83. Craig Bradford is still there. He's not out on 81. That's what's going on in the round 3 matches of the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championships. It seems like Guyana will wrap up early and wrap up their game early, I should say, and be temporarily at the top of the table. If the Leeward Islands Hurricanes can hold on, then they can be champions. If the Windward Volcanoes pull off a win, they could be champions as well. Squared up a little bit there was Carlos Brown.
Good delivery there, coming in from Anderson Phillip, who made his first class debut back in the 2016-2017 season.
Jason Mohammed, the elder statesman, if you will, in the Trinidad and Tobago lineup. There's Amir Django on your screen as well. A good nucleus of players for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They have a good team of a good mixture of experience, and they've trialed some younger players. That's a thick outside edge and an excellent diving stop there at cover point. Brilliant ground fielding here by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Whatever loose deliveries their bowlers have bowled, they've been supported by their fielders. At the end of the over, 39 without loss, a maiden for Phillip to start. But he has his fielders to thank for that.
Yes, good start there by Anderson Phillip just after the lunch break interval. But if you realize so far in the game, the Red Force fielders has been on the top of their game so far. Diving around, giving support to the bowlers. And that's what you want to see from your fielders, the urge, the courage.
Brian Charles, who took 6 wickets in the first innings, he just needs 4 for a 10 for, and he has all 10 Jamaican wickets to aim at.
Well, he picked up 6 for 82 in that first innings.
Yeah.
We'll want to better this, the second innings.
They both moved into the double figures quite nicely, Carlos Brown and Javon Buchanan.
39 without loss. The Scorpions in their second innings still trail by 204 runs. 10 second innings wickets in hand. The man who have 143 first class wickets to his name is operating from the Michael Olin end. I think this is his 4th season in regional cricket. Full season, I should say. And he's doing an outstanding job for the
Goes
Red
back
Force
and
team.
punches that one, and it's half stop there in the cover region.
By Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, that's Mohammed again, and Buchanan gets 2. But it's, I think it will give Jamaica hope for the future and for next year's season if they make a game out of this one here, Penny, at this stage. I mean, these two have been together for 20 overs now, so that's good to see.
It's a really plus for the Scorpions. A left and right opening combination. And so far in this second innings, they have shown great temperament at the wicket.
Yeah, if you look at this now if you look at this here, all in all, in their first innings, the Jamaica Scorpions only faced 60 overs, 63 overs to be exact. The 2 openers alone here faced a third of that. And of course, cricket is a very strange game. At the end of the over, 41 without loss. You only need an over and a little bit to dismiss all 10 men in an ideal world. But it just shows that they have decided to apply themselves.
In fact, need 10 good deliveries to dismiss the batters.
Yeah. And not that they haven't been good deliveries, that's the other thing. Because I think Carey Pear has really been on top of them. I don't think the Pacers have bowled well considering the nature of the pitch. Had a couple deliveries beating the bat, but they control themselves fairly well. None for 10 off 6 from Anderson Phillip is good returns.
Not much in the wicket here at Savannah Park, Andrew, for the pace bowlers. And you've seen in the game so far for the Red Force. 9 wickets went to the spinners and just 1 to this one who's bowling now in Anderson Phillip.
Up in the air, but he gets it past mid-on. A little bit uppishly. Is he up for the race? And no, the ball just wins it there. Ashjid Ghuli, I think, making an extremely good effort there. Bit of uppishly there by Brown, but he managed to pick the gap. And the outfield... that was-
Anderson Phillips not a happy campaigner.
I want to see the replay on how close Ghuli was to getting that ball, because that ball was just teasing him all the way. You have a look at this here. The ball is like, oh, I'm getting away from you. Ghouli's like, no, I'm pulling it in. And then, oh, no, just about touches the rope as Ghouli's trying to get his hand down. Good effort. Couldn't put in the slide there because he would have just definitely gone over the ropes. Maybe could have tried a kick foot or something. Down the leg side, excellent take there by Joshua Silva. Maybe a bit of late swing.
He start on middle and swung further away down the leg side.
It actually flicked the thigh pad, I think, on the way through.
I think it needs to be just on that foot stump era to Carlos Brown, who tends to reach to those delivery outside the off stump as well.
Yeah. I'm glad to see the standards of De Silva's keeping have not dropped. There were some questions over his performances. But he seems to be balancing the issue of captaincy and keeping quite well. He would probably admit to himself that he hasn't scored as much runs as he needed to this season. To his century in the first innings of this game.
And the first of the season for him as well.
Yeah.
Came at the back end of the season.
Yeah.
Better to be late than never.
Quite so. But I think the concern for De Silva is because, of course, against Jamaica, it was virtually a chanceless innings. Now, the concern for De Silva is if his innings throughout the season have been chanceless as well, and then he's sort of given it away. Or if he just got some good deliveries.
Yeah, because on quite a few occasions he got in starts as well.
Yeah, he did get starts. But as you said, Penny, better late than never.
Excellent opening partnership so far between these two batters in the middle. To the 22nd over, 45 runs on the board, but the important thing, no wicket. Pleasant looking drive up to mid-on for no run to complete the 22nd at 45 without loss, the Scorpions.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
So Brian Charles will be continuing to Javon Buchanan.
Oh, beautiful stuff there from Charles. Just about covered it there, Buchanan. Beautiful again.
Ask him some questions in the second innings as well. Is Brian Charles. Very good. Gets good rotation, good pace, good bounce. This one is driven aerial out to long off this time by Buchanan for his 22nd run. With aerial on this occasion by Buchanan, but just out of the reach of that fielder. At a shortish cover region, brings Carlos Brown in strike. Attacking field set here by Captain Josh De Silva. Slip It's a short leg. Two feelers out, long on, and of course, deep backward square leg.
Yeah, coming back to discussions on the West Indies Championship, as we enter the second to last day, the penultimate day of the tournament. The other thing to note is that a lot of the contenders, and we see that the top of the table is getting tight, which means that the competition is a little better. That's a pleasant drive. Just gets it past that short mid-off. Hits it so well, Brown, that
That's Buchanan.
yeah, you can only get one. So it's good to see that the competition is there. But the other thing, of course, is that a lot of the teams didn't peak until late. If you get my drift. I mean, the Windward Island volcano sort of set the pace. The Leeward Islands were thereabout. But I only feel like Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, for example, and Guyana Harp Eagles.
Barbados peak late as well.
Yeah, Barbados peaked late as well. Ended the over, another good over from Charles, 48 without loss. So if there were another round or two, a couple more games in the season, it could have been extremely interesting.
And you're absolutely right.
I mean, of course, the schedule is very, very tight because, of course, you don't want. Well, I mean, regional cricket wouldn't really affect World Cup situations, but of course, the World Cup is being played in the West Indies and America, so that's probably maybe that's why they didn't have the Headley Weeks situation this year. We'll have to confirm that with Mr. Hill. But as we look back on the season, it has been a season of decent cricket. And the standouts have been absolutely standouts. I mean, if you look at the likes of Mikael Louis, Brian Charles, they've all played extremely good cricket. And they played extremely good, consistent cricket.
And that is what we want to see in the region as well.
Yeah.
It spells good for West Indies cricket once you get in those performances.
Yeah. I think extra credit as well has to be given to Jimbo Rakim Cornwall, because if Leeward Islands Hurricanes do pull off the title, it's he who has led from the front, and for somebody who's maybe been sidelined out of cricket because of his size or concerns about his fitness.
And the Louis doing extremely well as
Yeah.
both bat and with ball.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Louis did it with the ball,
Yeah.
and Micaiah Louis with the bat.
The two Louis indeed. This is a nice push, and that's an excellent stop there by Terence Hines. Had to go cover a lot of ground diving away to mid onto his left. And I think if he didn't pull off that dive, it obviously would have raced across the Bina Park.
Indeed, great commitment there been shown by Terence Hines. As you can see on the replay here. Good shot, but excellent work. Fully committed.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see from the fielders.
Yeah, it was past him, so he had to put in the dive.
Both Scorpion batters in the middle, Andrew. Looks very comfortable so far. Just a run away from that 50-run partnership.
Well, the other thing is they look like they're starting to pick the gaps, at least against Phillip, which is good. I don't think they've quite mastered Brian Charles or Carey Pears yet. And that's going to be the issue for them. But they've gone about their business in a very professional way, the Red Force. fielding changes and options and bowling switches have been very good. They're looking for the quick run here, and they will get it. That's good cricket from Carlos Brown. Shows why Jamaica is so strong at track and field.
Yeah, excellent cricket. Immediately after playing that ball, you can see the urge. Calling was clear. Carlos Brown was home in a flash. Excellent cricket as a 50 partnership comes up from 143 deliveries. Very important partnership for the Scorpions.
Yeah. And they'll know that together and individually they'll need to collect a couple more 50s, Penny. The job is nowhere near done. The lead is actually below 200 now. It's 193.
Still a big lead though.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Gonna
it's,
take
still
some
a big lead.
batting and a lot of batting from the Scorpion, and that completes the 24th at 50 without loss of Scorpions.
I mean, Trinidad and Tobago are still in the comfortable position.
Would see the driving seat.
Yeah, but I mean, I think with every over that they don't take a wicket in this session, the nerves will add, and then the potential, Penny, of batting on the last day and the last session might have to come back to them. If that does happen, I would expect Pete Salmon to open the bowling.
Well, for sure the Scorpions will have to score over 350, 380 and throughout the season. You haven't gotten so much from them, so it's not going to be easy. Going to take a lot out of the Scorpions.
Up in the air. And that is the end of Carlos Brown. He's thrown away his wicket as we were talking about it. Brian Charles strike, 50 for 1. Carlos Brown is disconsolate. He now picks up his bat and has to walk off. 2-tamer dismissal.
And another Scorpion batter out. Very tame again, Andrew. This is very, very tame by Carlos Brown. Short. Could hit it anywhere. Just find a lone fielder at a straightish mid-wicket. And Carlos Brown, disappointed innings, comes to an end. He was caught for 22 with the Scorpions. Would say,
well, for all the Scorpion fans, I must apologize for the commentators because I was now saying for every over that they bat and they don't lose a wicket. And this man is doing exactly what he wants the Scorpions to do, which is pull up their socks.
you can look at the replay once more. It was short. Could have hit it anywhere. Just find that feeler. And Carlos Brown, very disappointed, and should be. It looks very good at the wicket. A disappointed way to get out here at Sabina Park. Brings Kurt McKenzie to the wicket, who got an half century in the first innings for the Scorpions. But a lot more is needed. Final innings for him in this year's West Indies Regional Championship for 2024. Brian Charles gets his 7th wicket of the game so far. 6 in the first, and now 1 for 7. And now in the second. Next partnership is needed by these two left-handers in the middle. Both good players. Both have great understanding of each other. Both played for this club here in Kingston, Jamaica. So it's a plus for them as well. Don't want to make full use of this last opportunity for this year's competition. Buchanan look extremely good at the wicket. Kurt McKenzie always looks good, but just need to get a kickstart and get 3 figures here. And this is the final game. And that completes the 25th at 50 for 1, the Scorpions.
Wicket maiden for Brian Charles. I think the Red Force really needed that wicket. They're growing in confidence, the Jamaica Scorpion batters. And he was absolutely disconsolate of throwing away his hand. It was man Carlos Brown.
Very team dismissal for Carlos Brown. After looking so good at the wicket, you could say flawless. Just a poor shot. He was very disappointing. Out caught for 22. So on this clip behind square by Buchanan for a run. This time around, Anderson Phillip just straight on the leg stump. It's easy pickings for Javon Buchanan. Gets his 25th run.
Hard-working ground staff here at the Jamaica at the Sabina Park. He's crossing in front of the side screens, but he's not crossing in front of the batter's viewpoint, so he's safe. These bowlers aren't as much divas as batters. Not going to bother Anderson Phillip. A bit of a thick inside edge there. Just gets his bat down in time there, I think. McKenzie. 2 left-handers at the crease now for the Jamaicans.
And Kurt McKenzie is off the mark. For 1, the Scorpions follow on in the second innings. So if you're just joining us, the Red Force batted in the first innings and need a massive 4-3-2. That's 432 all out. Captain Josh De Silva scoring his 5th first-class century. Terence Hines getting his 7th half century, getting 79. The Scorpions was bowled out this morning, having the Red Force.
That's a nice drive. They'll get close to the ropes here. No, it won't. Fielder does well to come back. Will they come for 3? McKenzie turns, and it's good running there from the Jamaicans. Maybe just getting a little bit of an inside edge as he went to the drive. He certainly didn't middle it.
Yes, just hit the inner portion of the bat. Was looking to hit that ball through the cover region, getting the inner portion of the bat, and went out to a mid-wicket region. But good aggressive running by the batters in the middle for the Scorpions allowed them to get 3 valuable runs. The Red Force had a lead going into the second innings of the Scorpion of 243. So
That's down the leg side. That's nicely flicked by McKenzie. It looked good for his 50 in the first innings again before he threw away his hand, McKenzie.
well, in truth and in fact, Kurt McKenzie always looks good at the wicket, and then he tends to throw his wicket away.
Well, he needs to be a little less frustrating. And there's that man who always comes in with a bike. It's free entry to Sabina Park, so neither he nor his bike have to pay a ticket.
Fully relaxed and focused on the game.
No, indeed. Wide open spaces in the Collie Smith wing.
And that completes the 26 at 56 for the loss of 2. 56 for 1, the Scorpions.
Dead! Dead!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
So that man with 7 wickets in the game so far, Brian Charles, will be continuing to Kurt McKenzie. Good delivery, beating McKenzie outside the off stump, and this is good signs for the Red Force team to see that the wicket is still spinning. Edge. Is it a drop chance? But it goes down to the third boundary for 4 runs. I'd like to see this on the replay here and just, I think that man at slip was a bit tall. Touch and go there, pretty close. Kurt McKenzie just playing loosely outside the off stump.
Yeah, move well kept low, but that one, all the edge also keeping low. There are some footmarks. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. There are some footmarks outside Mackenzie that Brian Charles can target. But I think the other end, the southern end, the footmarks are a lot more prominent, and I think he could do more damage if he comes from the Michael holding end. That's up in the air. He tugs that over mid-on. The catch, no, yes, the catch is taken. Well, he did not get enough on that at all, did Kirk McKenzie.
And
Once again, he throws away his hand, and Carey Pearce delighted as he takes the catch.
I would like to see this on the replay. It's an excellent catch. He had to run back. His eyes was on the ball all the way, and look at that for a catch. Excellent cricket by the Red Force. And a second wicket goes down for the Scorpions with the score on 56.
And the funny thing is that Carey Pearce dropped a similar catch, but an easier one of his own bowling in the first innings. But that one was a much more difficult catch because, again, he was running back. That's a similarity he had. But this one was a lot higher, I think, and was swirling in the air. I think Mackenzie wanted to hit that a little straighter. Got a skew on the bat. And Brian Charles, 8 wickets.
And the score is 60 for 1.
8 wickets in the match, Penny, not 8 wickets. I'm not saying he's going to get 8 wickets in this inning.
Well, it's 2 wickets gone. 60 for 2. The Scorpions.
52.
Yeah. And Buchanan, the lone standout batter so far in the middle. Showing good fight. Kurt McKenzie once more give his wicket away. This all season long for Kurt McKenzie. As the new batter is Justin Beckford.
Debutant.
Justin Beckford
Justin Beckford.
getting a second opportunity at the wicket for the Scorpions. He will want to make amends here for himself. Been very well doing in the Jamaica Cricket Association 2-day competition. Played under 19, scored 100 at the under 19 level. Playing for Lucas, scored 2 centuries so far and a big half century. So he's in tremendous form. Just want to get a start here at Sabina Park. Cash in on, which is a nice, juicy, classic batting wicket here at Sabina Park.
Yeah. He did so well in that first session, the Scorpions. But that man Brian Charles, once he gets into a rhythm, be difficult. And he's snaffled 2 wickets in quick succession as well, Penny.
And 2 tame wickets as well. That's
Well.
the way how the Scorpion batters tend to give their wickets away after looking
Yep.
like they can't out, Andrew.
I mean, the thing is, I can in terms of the two dismissals, you can almost forgive Carlos Brown at the end of the over, 60 for 2, for maybe just a bit of a, I don't want the official term, but a brain blip. But that Mackenzie shot was never on. It was never on. He's now new at the wicket, and he is the man that has to lead this batting team. He is the man that they are depending on. And to just get 7 runs on the board and try to hit a spinner who has 7 wickets in the match back over his head after you've barely faced him for a couple of deliveries.
And
It's
in
just
fact,
poor judgment.
And in fact, 2 deliveries before, he got an edge down to the third man boundary for 4.
Indeed. That's exactly. That's a very good point as well, Penny.
Scorpions will be hoping to bat out this day and stretch the game into day 4. So now Brian Charles is going. Not going to be easy. Pleasant shot, elegant shot, tremendous timing by the man, Javon Buchanan. It was hit with ferocious power. This young man is a class.
Yeah, he's been threatening to pick that gap, and the Red Force fielders have mostly stopped him. But in the end, Jason Mohammed couldn't stop that one. That one was hit with absolute power, absolute precision. It wasn't a horrible delivery from Philip. But it just goes to show, Penny, that if you spend some time in the crease, he's been there for 84 deliveries now, that you can just get acclimatized to the nature of the pitch. Good follow-up delivery from Anderson Phillip, but well played.
So far, so good at the wicket is Javon Buchanan. Looking sublime form so far.
Has a sort of a backward name, doesn't he there, Penny? Anderson Phillip.
Philip Anderson.
It should be, yeah. But who are we to question Mr. Phillip?
Lawyers.
And his family as well.
Spectators, they are giving the Scorpion support as well.
That's another full toss. He could have picked the gap there again, and I think he would be disappointed that he didn't.
Well, this time he's tentative to get on the front foot. That was a freebie. And you'd want to capitalize on those bad deliveries.
Those bad deliveries indeed, Penny.
Not a lot been issued
Not a lot
so
at
far
all.
from the Red Force.
Not a lot at all.
So after this over, I'll take my leave and hear from the voice of Jerome Foster.
Couple clouds over Sabina, but they're high and they're fluffy and they're not threatening of rain, although I do see some rain in the distance to the west. Still brilliant sunshine here at Sabina. End of the over. 64 for 2, 28 overs gone. Fare thee well to Marlon Pinnock. We shall hear from him shortly. In about a half an hour's time or so, maybe even less, based on the drinks break at 1:40.
Maybe a bit more as well. As to the condition of the game.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Some Kingston Cricket Club officials there enjoying a bevy. Beckford on strike. Charles to bowl. Nice flick by Beckford, and that would get him off the mark. That's good cricket from the young fellow. Full delivery and driven nicely by Buchanan, but still can't get it past that 30-yard circle. Jerome Foster been conducting business and is finally back at Sabina Park. Casual observer. He's also a very busy observer. Beaten, and he's down on his haunches there, Buchanan, because he knows that was a top-class delivery from Brian Charles. Strides out even better this time. And when he picks the gap and wide long off, will come around and collect it. I welcome back that man Jerome Foster to Sabina Park. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Andrew. The Scorpions have slipped.
Yeah.
66 for 2 and 2 soft dismissals. Carlos Brown just clipping a ball to short mid-wicket. Kurt McKenzie's trying an audacious shot. New to his innings, was trying to clear long on.
Yeah.
It was a very good catch in the deep. And I think the Scorpions feel a little bit disappointed with the dismissals. It's a difficult surface to score quickly on because it's wearing down.
Yeah, it's because after the solid start, it was a double blip, and as I was telling Penny, I could sort of forgive Carlos Brown for his shot. I mean, it was for his dismissal, I should say, because you can call it maybe a brain blip or something like that. But that Mackenzie dismissal was really uncalled for more than anything else. A change in bowling here. And we're going to see, I think for the first time, this is Bidesi. It is Navin Bidesi. Haven't seen him bowl at all.
Leg spinner. He's played a couple of list day matches. Obviously, making his debut in first class cricket 4-day. Operating with a safe field, 3 men out.
Not bad to start. That should give him confidence with his first delivery.
And Javon Buchanan has seen everybody now. 33 to his name. He's looked solid, I must say.
Yep. The new challenge for him. And And a fairly defensive field for the new bowler. There's a long on position. That's Terrell Hines, as well as a field at mid wicket. But he still has support and a slip and a short leg.
It's gone. Right back to Bidesi on his debut. Only his third ball. And Buchanan didn't get over it. And an easy catch for Bidesi in his follow through. And what a moment for the youngster. Flighty delivery. Just didn't get over it. Quality catch. And the third wicket, and it's now spiraling downwards for the Scorpions. 3 wickets in 20 minutes.
Well, it's only taken 3 deliveries for Bidesi to open his account. Poor stuff from Javon Buchanan. Had a good start there. Good low catch there. That was dying on him. And you can see the elation on Josh De Silva immediately running to him. We saw that Avinash Mahabir Singh, a spinner, previously unknown, took 8 wickets against Guyana for the CCC. Can Avinash Bidesi do the same thing here? And Avinash Bidesi, I should say, do the same thing here. And it's going to be Avinash versus Abhi coming up as Mansingh strides out to the crease. Happy belated birthday to him. I think his birthday was
The first day.
Thursday or Friday.
The first day.
Thursday.
The first
Wednesday.
day.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Forgot to tell him happy birthday. So happy belated Mr. Mansingh. I'm sure he'd have loved a better birthday present than this, to see his team fold like this. But I think you mentioned that he hasn't been on point in terms of his bowling. And of course, if he's primarily a bowler, then his batting will be affected as well.
Yeah. 2 right-handers at the crease now.
Let's see what Bidesi can conjure up now. .66 for 3, the Jamaica Scorpions. After doing so well, they were 50 without loss. Pleasant. Good flight there.
So from 50 without loss to 66 for 3. 3 wickets for 16 runs. Scorpions looking for redemption with this second innings effort.
But it's almost as soon as you came back into commentary, Fuzzy.
But it's only 1.
So yeah, you should have just stayed away and observed elsewhere. Of course, Fuzzy, at the end of the day's play, always does his interviews. A wicket maiden for Navin Bidesi to start. 66 for 3 after 30 overs, the Jamaica Scorpions.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Byron Charles to continue. 8 wickets in the match. Just 2 more for that glorious 10. Yeah, so as I was saying, Jerome Foster has to keep his social media updated all the time, and that his followers know what he's doing. Certainly put the word fluence in influencer. But yes, your post-mortem interviews, your post-match interviews yesterday, there was an exchange of words between, I think it was Royal and Mohammed.
Yeah.
I meant to ask you what comments did Royal have on that situation yesterday.
Well, I didn't speak to him, but based on what I picked up, I was downstairs. There's some complaints about talking while the batters are batting. So Royal is saying that when he's in the field, they were complaining, but while he's batting, There's non-stop chatter. It's a little bit of a...
Yeah, I think if he does have a complaint about it, that would be a valid complaint.
Yeah, he's saying there's some imbalance there.
Yeah, because it would certainly contradict the rules of the game as well as the spirit of the game. But the umpires out there would know what's going on, and if they see anything untoward, I'm sure they would be on top of it. It's always nice to have a little tea and a little spice, so as we say in Trinidad, a little bacchanal going on the outside. End of the over. Another maiden there for Brian Charles. 66 for 3. The return of Navin Bidesi, definitely for his second over, will be interesting. Settled in very nicely, a wicket maiden.
Brendan King has been doing his recovery work all game. Had a knee niggle which ruled him out of this contest.
It's unfortunate. Could have used his batting prowess.
This is actually landing his deliveries well. Has good grouping so far.
Yeah, leg break bowling is maybe the hardest bowling art to get right. And he's done so immaculately from ball 1.
Good control. And he's really putting the balls on a spot. He started with a spread field. Now he has a close field because relatively 2 new batters at the crease.
Yeah.
2 right-handers as well. Ball spinning away predominantly.
Yeah.
Haven't seen a wrong one as yet, but you just never know.
Yeah, and the other thing is he's given his captain confidence. All the fielders on the offside are close in. There's only a deep backward square leg for a little bit of protection just in case he strays.
It's all about consistency. The Red Force, they have kept their energy up. Yeah, that's Odin Smith.
Push there from Abhijay Mansingh. The mid-off is fairly deep, and he will get off the mark. Yeah, it was it's interesting to see as we left Sabina Park yesterday, Odin Smith was having a knock in the nets here at Sabina Park.
He plays for Kingston CC.
Yeah. And our cameraman Kadir Mohammed wanted to disturb him for an autograph. I had to hold him back. But no, Kadir, that's not a good time. Dug out nicely there, but it was a little bit uppishly by Beckford. Opportunity for this young man here.
I want him to play the way how he normally plays. That big slug sweep is not really his game at 68 for 3. He's not a power player. He's more of a touch player. You want him to seize the opportunity of playing for the country and not give away his hand. Make it difficult for the bowlers to get him out. He has, what, 2 from 11? But he's one of the talented players, one of those players that you think can go places.
Now it's up to him to prove that he can go places.
Gives you the impression that he has a lot of time as well when he's at the crease. That was at junior level. It's now senior level. But you still see it in terms of how he goes about scoring.
And the funny thing about that saying going places is that cricket, I think more than any other sport, is a journeyman's game. So you want him to go places in more ways than one. Want him to do well. Oh, beaten. Appeal for a leg before. He's given.
Bold.
Oh, he's actually been bowled. I think that clipped the top of the off stump. Yes, it has indeed. Brian Charles has 9 wickets. Unfortunately, Beckford has to trudge off because he's been dismissed by that man, Brian Charles. Playing all around that one. After a big gap there. Let's have a look at the replay again. It's sort of drifting and coming forward, and it just managed to clip that bail as it came through. 68 for 4.
Yeah, it's really subsiding now for the Scorpions. Results haven't been in their favor all season. Yeah, came off the pad and onto the stumps. But it's just the pressure of the men around the bat. He's not comfortable just coming forward. So many attacking options around him. And Brian Charles getting a 3rd wicket. That's his 9th. Yeah. Really having the time of his life here.
Yeah, you probably want to put this particular pitch in his pocket and go around the world with it, Brian Charles. 3 for 13. To follow up with 6 for 82. It's the skipper, Salmon, with his team definitely like a fish, like fishes out of water right here. Really the ultimate baptism of fire and brimstone for Pete Salmon, leading the Jamaica Scorpions here.
Looks so promising at the start.
Yeah.
It's all unfolding now for the Scorpions. 50 without loss. You had some optimism that they would be able to bat deep into today's penultimate day. It's a drifting delivery. You can see there with Charles, you're not getting enough time to look up to see what the ball is doing. It's coming to you quickly and he's asking you to be on that front foot. With the slip in Gooley and the leg slip, well, the short leg.
Yeah, he's not at all, you're quite right there in that short man, so the trajectory is very low. I think he varies his pace quite well though, however you look at it.
Yeah. You're not going to get a lot of balls going to leg slip on this surface because of the slow nature of the surface. But in front of the wicket is where the problem is. There you go.
How would you play him, Fuzzy?
Well, the first thing to do is to be on your front foot. That's the first thing. And you have to ensure that you're allowing the ball to come to you as you get there. But you don't want to be premeditating on that front foot, just in case he gets a little bit short.
What about opening up your stance a little bit, maybe playing him a little bit straight on?
But it would be difficult for you to hit to the right of cover because of the nature of the surface. And the ball is spinning back towards you. Well, to the left of cover, the ball is spinning back to you. So it would be a little bit safer to be hitting to the right of the man at straightish mid-wicket. That's probably your area to score. So you can probably rule out mid-off and cover unless it's extremely wide. But you want to be playing towards wideish long on and to that deep mid-wicket area. But the area it has been plugged by those two close infielders. So it's testing the ability of the Scorpions batters as well.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Maybe out too much on leg.
I think that one pitched outside.
Yeah.
A lot of spin there.
But that was another wicket maiden for Charles in that last over. Definitely pitching outside the line of leg stump. Beautiful there again. Good adjustment from Mansingh. I mean, I'm being overly critical of Bedesi here, but I think he's just a little too straight. I think if you would try to get it maybe on that off stump, drifting away, you'd be in a lot more business. That's a better line, I would think.
Well, not so much of a problem to me, given that he has taken a wicket.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've been overly critical.
You can see that off the surface, how slowly the ball comes off the surface. So wrist spin is probably not going to be the most deadly on this surface. Unless you're getting that ball to dip a little bit more. But he's bowling in an area where you have to play.
Yeah, you have to play.
Isn't that? The umpire says no.
Goes straight, goes high with this one. And that's just over the ropes for 6. So Badesi gets tongued for his first 6 in first class cricket. But you still think he has the upper hand. And that ends the over, actually. Good shot from Mansingh.
Yeah, and that should be drinks. It's now what, 74 for 4. And the Scorpions, they're trailing by 243 on first innings. So now they still have a long way away to make the Red Force bat again. 169 runs. They have lost 4 wickets for 24 runs in this first hour after lunch.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Welcome back to Sabina Park with the Scorpions in a spot of bother here at Sabina Park on this day 3 of this West Indies Regional 4-Day Championship. Round 7 action. Scorpion lost 4 wickets for a mere 22 runs. And this is not what the Scorpions would want to achieve this afternoon. But so far, so good for this man with the ball. Brian Charles. 9 wickets in the game so far for 95 runs. Wow, excellent catch. Another one bites the dust. And this time is the Scorpion captain, Pete Someone. Excellent catch at short leg. Let's look at the replay here, Foster. It had to stuck. It hit firmly, but it stuck. And another wicket goes down, and this time it's Pete Someone and the Scorpions in more than a spot of bother at 72 for the loss of 5.
That's the pro of staying down when you're in that region.
And 10
Staying
wickets.
low, not getting up before the ball is bowled. So the ricochets can fall to you, and the lucky ones can also be claimed. And perfectly done for Cephas Cooper. Hit straight into his stomach. And the Scorpions lose a 5th from 50 without loss to 74 for 5.
And a 10
And it's
wicket haul.
almost the umpteenth batting collapse for the Scorpions, who have now handed Brian Charles a 10-wicket haul in first-class cricket.
And 10 for 95 to be exact. Outstanding figures of the man, Brian Charles.
He's never done so in regional cricket. First time getting a 10-wicket haul.
And 147 first class wicket to him as well. Outstanding achievement by the young man.
It's going to be Romain Morris at the crease now. Brian Charles has taken 9 of his 10 wickets from that Michael holding end. Got the wicket of Buchanan in the first innings from the Courtney Walsh end, but was switched around when he realized that the ball was spinning out of the rough to the right-handers from that Michael holding end. And Romain Morris, who he dislodged in the first innings, is at the crease now. Oh, that was so close to the edge and to the off stump.
The Scorpion batters find it hard to cope with Brian Charles in this game so far. He has been very economical and still getting wickets at a regular interval for the Red Force team. Scorpions still trail by 169 runs faster. 5 wickets in hand. A massive axe of the Scorpions.
Just batting collapses after batting collapses this season. 74 for 5, 4 for 13 for Brian Charles. 10 wickets in the encounter.
And what more could you ask for the Red Force team? Batted well in the first innings, and bowled well in the first innings, and then they came back in the second innings and bowling even better than the first.
Bidesi has 1 wicket to his name.
I think that is first class wicket as well.
Well, it has to be. It's his first game.
And Buchanan was the culprit on this occasion.
Run out chance. No, he's home. He has already been run out already this season, Morris.
Remember the last game he had an injury was Morris, but it's good to see him sprinting.
Will be hitting in the wind to that leg side if he chooses that route. And the leg spinner spinning towards him, so it's an easier hit, but there's a challenge with the wind. I think Morris, for his sake, probably wants to finish off the season how he has started it. Good contributions throughout this season. As I said, faltered at the back end. He would probably love to get another big half century or even a century. And I think the Scorpions winning the game is a thought at this moment. I think that is a foregone conclusion. It's a matter of when from here for the Red Force, unless something miraculously happens. Punched up to long off, well, mid off.
Jason Mohammed does the fielding, and that completes. No. One delivery remaining in the 36th over, with the Scorpions on the back foot throughout the game so far.
Chance for a single, that should be an easy one. And that completes the 36, that's 77 for 5. Mansingh up to 8. Morris has 1.
Excellent bowling performance so far by the Red Force. Been consistently hitting good areas, and hence why I should say those 5 wickets came in quick time. 27 runs for those 5 wickets. And that's a plus for the Red Force team. And this one with the ball in hand, doing an outstanding job for the Red Force team so far. 10 wickets in the game for 95 runs. Massive, massive task ahead of the Scorpions. Still trailed by 166 runs. That's a big ask, Foster.
Yeah. It's going to get a little bit more tricky now. And the Red Force have all the ammunition to use. And Mansingh must feel as if he's claustrophobic now. It's a lot of men around the bat. Slip, leg slip, short leg, short mid wicket. There's a short backward square. So even if he tickles the ball around the corner, there's no guarantee of a single. Has to play a forceful shot. There's some extra bounce from Charles.
Well, in fact, just one feeler out of the 30-yard circle, and that's the mid-wicket. That man, Kyle Pierre, who took a wonderful catch to dismiss Kurt McKenzie.
Must be itching to get another ball. Wickets have started to tumble. He's not in the wickets. Opened the bowling car repair, but he has played his part in the field. Turned away. There's a chance for the man at leg slip. Didn't go to hand. And there's the point that there's no easy single in that backward square region. The gap has been plugged. But that one had an extra little bit of bounce on it for Mansingh to cope with. Did well in the end, but not comfortably played.
Just out of the reach of Jason Mohammed.
Nicely driven. Got to the pitch, and when you're to the pitch of the ball, you can do whatever you want, even if it's against the spin. It takes him up to 9. 78 for 5. Two slips for Morris and a short leg. He goes big, bang, straight. That's how he plays. And he will not change. regardless of the situation. It's not the first time he's been at the crease at 78 for 5 this season anyway. It's 82 for 5 now, the Jamaica Scorpions.
A great shot there from Morris. Just opening his account. First boundary for him. And that's how he plays. He's a very aggressive player by nature. But the Scorpions would need a lot of that today and into tomorrow if they are to have a chance of even joining this game. It's a long way away though, Foster. Another 44 overs remaining in the day, plus another 90. That's 134 overs remaining in the game. That's a lot.
Scorpions have not batted that many overs all season. Don't think it's going to happen this week. That's a beauty from Bidesi, and Mansingh is gone.
He's stumped.
Yeah, he's gone, stumped.
Excellent work by Da Silva and Abijay Mansingh. Can't believe. We guess we need to see this on the replay here, Foster. And a second wicket for the Davidton. Pitch spun. I think his foot was in the air. Not easy to see from upstairs. Excellent work there by the captain of the Red Force team in Da Silva. Let's look at it in slow motion. Pitch now spun. Not been able to see.
Yeah, he's out. He's definitely out. That foot was in the air.
Excellent work by Da Silva.
Quick hands from Josh Da Silva.
And immediately you could see that it was close. I thought he had his man. His reaction tells it all, Foster. Excellent wicket keeping.
Well, it's now 82 for 6. It's all unraveling here at Sabina Park for the Scorpions. It's going down a very slippery slope. Tea is 44 minutes away. And at the rate at which the wickets are going, you're not sure if it's going to get there.
You could see Jason Mohammed having a chat with Jaffa Royal, immediately telling Royal to shut up. You know how Royal plays, loves to use his mouth and conquer the bowling team. Well, he's batting with the wicketkeeper for the Scorpion in Rumin Morris, who's just a 5 from 7. The Scorpions in a lot of butter here. This is the last round of fixtures for this year's regional championship. At 82 for the loss of 6, still behind by a massive 161 runs.
Navin Bidesi 2 for 10. The 5th over he's into, and he has a lot of control. That is cracked through the offside. That's a lot of power from Javor Royal, and Terence Hines didn't even bother to chase it from long off. He's tired of chasing now. And the first delivery from Royal goes to the boundary. That's his 50th run of the match. Made 46 in the first innings. That was a gift, really. And it tells you the slow nature of the surface. He had a lot of time to hit that anywhere.
Yes, indeed. It was short, it was wide, it was begging to be hit. Terrific timing, first up by Javo Royal. Gets his scoop open with a boundary.
One pitched in the rough outside the leg stump. And it just popped up off the pad of Royal for a leg bye. By the way, this game is almost insignificant to the wider championship in terms of who will win the championship, because neither of these teams can do that. It's between the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Barbados Pride, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. That is lofted. exquisitely, sweetly timed. One bounce into the boundary for 4 by Romain Morris. And as I said, he's going to be fighting fire with fire. It's great extension through the ball there.
Yes, lovely shot. Great dexterity shown on this occasion. By Romain Morris, that's the way he plays. Very aggressive player by nature. Shown his aggression 2 boundaries so far. In his knock up 9 at the wicket.
Good feeling by Bidesi.
Excellent feeling.
Yeah, so the Harpy Eagles need 58 more runs to beat the CCC. They are 123 for 1. And you can almost write home a victory there for them. Raymond Perez is 63 not out. 5 4s, 2 6s. Full delivery to close out that over from Bidesi. A successful one. 2 boundaries in it. But I don't think the Red Force will mind. They still have a very handy lead over the Scorpions, who they forced to bat again after the Jamaicans folded for 189 in response to 432. And those in the stands are not proud of what they're seeing so far. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes, who started the day as the leaders, dismissed the Hurricanes for 294 in their second innings. They need 416 if they're to win the championship. They're 8 without loss. That would be some record. Barbados Pride, they're fighting back. Craig Brathwaite leading that fight back. He has an 81 from 200 balls. Barbados Pride, they lead by 84 against the West Indies Academy. Nowhere out of the dark, where they're really fighting back. Only lost 1 wicket so far today. Brian Charles, who has 10 wickets in this game. 10 for 100 now. Oh no, fetch that from Holy Trinity. That's gone all the way for 6. That's a humongous hit from Javor Royal. It went on the roof of the George Headley stands. That's a monstrous hit.
Yes, a cracking shot over wide, long on this time by Javor Royal. Tremendous timing as well.
Always has a word to say.
I think that is strength when he's batting. Always talking, even when he's bowling. That's the way Royal plays his cricket. At any level. You see him playing for St. Lucia Zooks, and he's still talking, having chats to say. Always enjoying his cricket as well. This time he goes out to deep backward square for a single. They're back for the second. There's a chance for a run out. A better throw was needed by Curry Peart.
I don't think the throw would have made a difference, because this throw was right over the stumps. He just made the right decision, Romain Morris, because Royal thought there was 2 initially and then sent him back.
Wise idea to do as well.
He's a powerfully built fellow, this Javor Royal. Let's give the ball a good tonk, especially when it's in his arc. It tends to go out of the park.
And already he's up to 11.
That completes an over where 7 runs were conceded. It's 98 for 6, the Jamaica Scorpions. Forced to follow on, they trail by 145.
Yes, the Red Force team demanding proceedings here at Sabina Park in this the 7th round action. So far, so good for Brian Charles. Ten wickets in the match. In the last game, sums up everything for the Red Forest team so far. And the captain's knock in the first innings. Heidi Silva for his 5th first class 100 as well.
Full toss driven down to long on, and just a repetition of what's gone on all season for the Scorpions is that most of their runs have come from the middle to lower order. It hasn't been consistent scores up top. It's always a cause of concern as a coaching unit, but it was never going to be easy. It was always going to be very difficult. To make 159 in your 189 when a team has made 432, you're always on the back foot.
With a healthy lead on first innings of over 240 runs. And then in the second innings, just some team dismissal once more by the Scorpions.
In the air, and did it carry?
Just dropping short.
Utley there in the covers. Royal backing away, so he lost some of his power. Yeah, the ball was spinning away. Didn't carry. Joshua De Silva wasn't happy, but he didn't carry. Goes for the dab. That one was quicker from Bidesi.
And once the ball is spinning away from you, Foster, backing away is not the right option. You want to get as close as possible to the ball to play it. To take away your power once you back away. The 100 comes up for the Scorpions. 100 for 6. Still trailed by 143 runs with 4 second innings wicket in hand.
That completes the 40th over at 100 for 6. Scorpions trailing by 143.
Dead! Dead!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है well hit away it goes that is a ridiculous look at this
So a partnership is needed here by the Scorpions, and needed badly if the Scorpions are to go into day 4 of this West Indies Regional Championship. Won't be easy. Another 41 overs remaining in the day as well. So huge hacks of the Scorpions.
Brian Charles looking for another 5 wicket haul. In the air, over extra cover. It's going to take some stopping. Kari Pierre is quick and quick enough to do so. They're looking for a third. They should get it. It's a long, long way away. Almost 70 meters. And they get 3 comfortable runs. In the end, takes the score to 103 for 3. They trail by 140. And Morris is up to 13.
Some adjustment been made in the field immediately as Javoy Royal gets into strike. 4 fielders out on the deep. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on, and of course long off.
Steered away down to short third man. They'll be thinking about 2. Gooley limits them to 104 now for 6. Strange old game. This is cricket. It is
Glorious game
very
of fun.
strange. You will never understand how the better equipped players struggle to make runs against a team that in the same innings the lower order players outscore them. It's just a game that you will never understand, but there are so many variables, and that's why cricket is so fascinating, has so many intricacies. Hit towards short leg, the heads go down, but that was a tough chance to see for Scooper. He has taken one already. He's been admonished by his teammates that he should be taking that. Oh, really? He should be taking that. Given that what he has taken before. As if he expected the ball to come quicker than he thought. So his hands moved before the ball got to him. And a missed opportunity. No change in the field. There's only one man out on the onside, and that's long on. You can see the zip off the surface from Charles.
And that completes the 41st at 106 for 6 the Scorpions. Still trailed by 137. Javoy Royal and Morris. Two good batters, capable batters as well. And so far in this competition, Morris has shown that he's a natural run scorer. I think his highest score in this year's regional championship was 97 not out here at Sabina Park. Got several starts as well. Not been able to capitalize and get that 3-figure mark. Now the onus is on him in this final game of the West Indies Regional Championship for 2024 to register the 3-figure mark, and Royal will be hoping to get his first half century in regional cricket as well.
Corey Pierce back to Royal. Pierre hasn't taken a wicket in this innings. That's another good delivery. I think he had 3 in the first innings.
3 for 56.
Wickets of Mackenzie, McCarthy, and Royal, who is on strike now. Royal was the last man dismissed.
This morning for 46 in that first innings.
Red Force not delaying the inevitable here. They've really stepped on the throttle. This is Scoop to cover, dropped. How can he?
And that's Utley.
That was a lob to Utley. And a very easy chance. And again, because of Royal backing away, the ball staying down on him, really just ballooned an easy catch to the international player. Has to take that.
Yes, indeed. Backing away is not the right option from Javoy Royal. Shouldn't be. Still backing away. But poor on the part of Utley. And the Scorpions living dangerously here at Sabina Park. At 106 for 6.
Yeah, that completes the over. Maiden for Corey Pierce. Should have been a wicket maiden. And again, just basic principles being ignored by the Scorpions batters. It went right through his hands. I don't understand. It's as if he It's a little bit surprising as to what happened. Yeah, so backed away did Royal, came off the bottom half of the bat. Yeah, went right through his hands. Went right through his hands. It's a surprise that it didn't hit him on the face. That should have been the 7th wicket. And they've created 2 chances in 2 overs, the Red Force, neither of them taken. Well, Cephas Cooper could say that he gave one that shouldn't have been. Goes straight to him again! And he's dropped it.
So it's 3-3. My word, what is happening here at Sabina Park?
They've caught the Scorpions virus. The Scorpions dropped 10 catches in their last game. The Red Force dropped 3 in 3 overs. When you're close in, they're never easy. Never ever easy.
And
When
that
low,
should
he
have been
got
taken.
up a little bit too early, so he was coming back down with his hands. Bounce to slip, and he's taken this time. No messing around from Gooley. The chances were just coming. It's just a matter of who would take them. And Gooley lifted up his hands, and it has fallen into his big palms. And the 7th wicket, and the Red Force, they can prepare to go to some attraction on Saturday, because this game is all but over. 106 for 7.
And Brian Charles picks up 11 wicket in the game so far. Morris just giving slip practice to that man at slip on a simple of catch. And the Scorpions in more than a spot of bother here at Sabina Park at 106 for the loss of 7. Still trail by 137 runs. And 7 wickets fell for the Scorpions for 56 runs in this session, Foster. Not good on the part of the Scorpions.
Yeah, they're crumbling. So much optimism with that opening partnership, and it has now gone pear-shaped. It's all over the place. Wickets tumbling left, right, and center. Easy wickets as well. I don't think the Red Force really worked for any of the wickets if you look back on them. Have been very, very tame dismissals, but it's been a reflection of the season. The batters have just gifted their hands away. And the man who is on a king pier, Andre McCarthy, is at the crease on debut. Faced only 1 delivery in the first innings. Trapped in front by Kari Pierre. He's facing Brian Charles, who has 5 wickets. He survived his first delivery. Brian Charles has 11 overall. 2 5-wicket hauls in this game. He's bowled. Well, he survived the king pair, but he hasn't survived the double duck. It goes right through him. And the 8th wicket is down for the Scorpions. And they're tumbling down. It's like a pack of cards. They have been brushed aside here. Right through him, off his pad, and onto that off stump. And the celebrations are all for the Red Force. They have bossed this game from day 1, and they're winning inside 2.5 days. Andre Dennis is the man making his way out. Yeah, unfortunate for McCarthy, who's a much better player than what we have seen.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है well hit away it goes that is a ridiculous
All the action resumes here at Sabina Park, and Marlon Pinnock is so disappointed with the performance of the Jamaica Scorpions that he's stormed off. So I'm back in your company. 12 wickets in the match for Brian Charles. He's been absolutely on point. Double wicket maiden he's staring at here. Stabbed down by Andre Dennis to end the over. And at the end of it, 106 for 8, the Jamaica Scorpions. They still trail by 137. But it's all gone pear-shaped for them after a 50-run opening partnership, believe it or not. They've slipped to 106 for 8. Really, really disappointing from the Scorpions. They've folded almost completely here. And let's see what's going on in the other games around the region, because we have to update you on those as well. Guyana Harpy Eagles have just about wrapped up victory against the combined campuses and colleges. They only require 33 runs for victory, and they still have 9 wickets in which to get them. Raymond Perez is not out on 71. The Leeward Island Hurricanes have set the Volcanoes 398 for an unlikely victory, but if the Volcanoes can force a draw, that should be a very interesting game.
Yeah, I think they need 398 more. They need 400 plus. What a stunning catch! It flew to the man of the moment, the man of the game, Brian Charles. Off the blade of Javor Royal. He smashed it really. And it flew to Charles, who flung himself to his right with an outstanding take.
Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Charles. It was behind him. He took the catch. He helped out Carrie Pear, his spin partner. He's the easy contender for man of the match. And that just almost a penultimate nail in the coffin here. They're falling thick and fast, the Jamaica Scorpions. But you have to credit the Trinidad Tobago Red Force because their fielding has been absolutely exceptional today. They've kept the pressure on the Scorpions, even when there was a bad delivery that the batters could have put away. They just didn't get the option because the fielders were so on point. Yes, they dropped 3 catches in 3 overs, but you have to say they're still on top here.
It's been a chaotic session for the Scorpions. O.J. Shields is the man walking out. Inexperienced team. And they have been treated as such by the Red Force, who from the outset...
Jason Mohammed always greets the batters as a snide word for them.
How long will this last? How long will this last?
Well, tea is in about 18 minutes, so let's see if they make it to tea.
It's going to be excitement because these two are not going to be jamming about and blocking about to tea. They're going to be playing their shots.
Maybe Carrie Pear could wrap it up with 1 delivery. You never know. I'm surprised the fielders are outside of the circle. I would have wanted them in. Just go for the big shot.
Well, they're going to go, so might as well you have them protecting the ball.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let them have a little fun. At the end of the day, it's not like Trinidad Red Force are going to bat again, Fuzzy.
Yeah, the rain is.
If they do manage to bat again,
us.
at this stage, it'll be a miracle and a half. The good news is that Jerome Party Boy Foster will get some extra time to go and get ready for his plans this evening. Beaten by that one is O.J. Shields. Yeah, they absolutely slid through Jamaica here. Brian Charles with that double wicket that started the slide. The batters never look comfortable, and as soon as Beckford gave away his hand to Bidesi to give him his debut first-class wicket, well, that almost seemed like the end of it there. Well, the beginning of the end. And O.J. Shields is shielding. No, he didn't take the run, interestingly. I thought he would have shielded Andre Dennis.
Well, Dennis came at 10 this innings. It's just a matter of who. It's gonna be Brian Charles, and there's a good possibility that the game might be over in this over. For sure, Dennis is not going to be blocking a ball. Yeah, and he'll be hitting to the side where the wind is coming from, and it's the longest side. The ball is spinning towards him. There will be two men around the bat, and there will be men deep. So let's see how he goes about it.
I certainly hope, just for the sake of the entertainment, Fuzzy, that they last a little bit. But of course, we know Fuzzy has other obligations. He goes to that big shot. Does he get it big enough? Yes, he does. Just gets it over the head of mid-wicket. So said, so done. Andre Dennis, the military man.
He's not going to be mucking about. Tall fellow, long levers, and that's as agricultural as it gets.
Yep. Straight out of Farmers Weekly.
With or without the wind, that was going for 6.
Goes again. Gets the edge, does he? They're appealing. The umpire says nothing doing. Then it stands akimbo and nods his head. Approves of the umpire's decision.
That was a wild whoosh.
Man, if he was chopping down banana trees, the whole field would have gone there. Goes again. Does he get it big enough? He does indeed. It's the second 6. The entertainment goes on. The umpire didn't know where to look to signal that 6.
Well, he heaved that one away, Andre Dennis. And Bidesi standing behind the boundary. And even so, he couldn't get a hand on it.
Third fielder is now going out. So there's cow corner, there's mid-wicket, and there's a backward square leg. Oh, the joy of the game. He goes again. Does he get it high enough this time? No. No, he does not. The catch is taken by the fielder running in, and that is the end of the entertainment. Fuzzy was right. 12 wickets in the... that's 13 wickets in the match for Brian Charles. Easy man of the match there.
Yeah, Terence Hines taking a good catch. He was sent back just before the delivery was bowled.
And had to run back almost into his original position.
Yeah.
I'm sorry the entertainment didn't last a little bit longer, but Jamaica folded. They lose by 124 runs. It's been a sorry season for them, you have to say. Unfortunately, they played all their matches at home, Fuzzy, and they really haven't brought anything to this. Your final thoughts on this game and the performance of the Red Force as well?
Well, outstanding performance from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They lost a toss, overcast conditions, some moisture in the wicket, and they lost their first wicket early. But then the captain, Joshua Da Silva, showed why he's a West Indies representative and looked well above his peers, notched his first-class century. And that set up the game for the Red Force, who had useful contributions at the back end from Terence Hines and Kari Peer. Once that 400 got on the board, you knew the Scorpions were in trouble. And so said, so done. The batting folded for the umpteenth time this season. 189 in the first innings, and it got worse in the second. A thumping innings and 125-run win for the TNT Red Force, and the Scorpions have a lot of reflection to do And it probably starts tonight by the players taking responsibility for the performances. It has just not been good enough. 7 games, 5 losses, and the 5 losses are to the traditional teams.
Yeah.
So that tells them that they are way off the pace in the region. And that, I think, is my savory for the day.
Yeah, I was going to ask Fuzzy for a post-mortem of Jamaica Scorpion season, but unfortunately we don't have 4 hours of broadcast time left. So he summed it up quite nicely. But that will do for this match in the round 7 of the West Indies Championship. Coming to you live from Sabina Park, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force end on a high with defeating the Scorpions on home turf by innings and 125 runs. This is your Cricket 360 team on behalf of Cricket West Indies signing off from Sabina Park on behalf of our hard-working producer Dylan Sharma, hard-working cameraman Kadir Mohammed, hard-working commentator but makes it look easy Marlon Pinnock, easy commentator but makes it look hard-working James Foster, and yourself Andrew Chan. Do have a pleasant evening, and of course stay tuned for more lovely cricket in the West Indies Championship, of course, on the YouTube page. And we say farewell from an iconic ground in Sabina Park, but we always love this beautiful and strange game.